jaw tightening. His mind raced, weighing the variables. We don't have the resources to hold them off indefinitely. We need to finish this now. Aaron, the Caliph resistance leader, stood nearby, his reflective eyes narrowing as he studied the displays. Their reinforcements will be vast, he said, his voice soft but grave. If the Empire regains control, your victory here will be meaningless. Which is why we're going after their heart, Grant replied, his tone sharpened with determination. The Dominion was their linchpin, but their command structure is more resilient than we'd like. We need to strike at the core of their operations. Ward frowned, her skepticism evident. You're talking about their central command hub, deep in Empire territory, surrounded by fleets and planetary defenses. Exactly, Grant said, his gaze unyielding. If we take it out, we shatter their ability to coordinate across the galaxy. They'll lose control, and their war machine will crumble. Aaron tilted his head, his bioluminescent skin shimmering faintly. And how do you propose to breach their core? It's hidden within the Veil Nebula, a region heavily fortified and notoriously unstable. Grant turned to the holotable, activating a new projection. The nebula swirled into view, its gaseous tendrils glowing with eerie hues of green and purple. Surrounding it were dense formations of Empire warships and orbital defense platforms. At its center, a sprawling fortress bristled with weaponry, a monolithic structure that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. We won't go in guns blazing, Grant said, his voice steady. We'll use stealth and misdirection. A small strike team infiltrates the fortress, plants charges at key structural points, and takes out their command node. Meanwhile, the Vanguard and our remaining forces stage a diversionary assault at the outer perimeter, drawing their attention. Ward crossed her arms, her tone cautious but intrigued. A diversion that big will cost us. If they call our bluff. They won't, Grant said, cutting her off. We'll make sure they believe the attack is real. They'll commit their forces to defend the perimeter, leaving the core vulnerable. Aaron studied the plan in silence before nodding slowly. It's risky, but with precise timing it might work. Risk is all we have left, Grant replied, his tone dark but resolute. Prep the teams. We leave in 6 hours. The UES Vanguard and its fleet moved toward the Veil Nebula like phantoms, their engines running low to avoid detection. The ship's interior buzzed with activity, a controlled chaos of final preparations. Soldiers double-checked their gear, the scent of gun oil and freshly charged plasma cartridges filling the air. Engineers moved between consoles, their fingers dancing over keyboards as they calibrated systems for the coming assault. Grant walked the length of the ship, his boots echoing against the deck. Every glance, every nod was a silent acknowledgement of the stakes. He paused near a squad of soldiers loading equipment into a dropship. Listen up, he said, his voice carrying over the clatter of crates. The soldiers stopped, their eyes fixed on him. This mission isn't about glory or revenge. It's about survival. Every second we buy, every distraction we create, gives the strike team a chance to succeed. Trust in your training, trust in each other, and remember, Earth is counting on you. The soldiers saluted, their faces set with grim determination. Grant moved on, his thoughts a storm of strategy and consequence. He knew the risks better than anyone, but there was no alternative. Humanity couldn't afford to falter. As the fleet reached the edge of the nebula, the Vanguard sensors lit up with activity. The Empire's defenses were formidable, waves of patrolling ships and automated turrets that bristled with readiness. The nebula itself was a swirling chaos of ionized gas and electromagnetic storms, its shifting currents a natural labyrinth. Diversion team, prepare for engagement, Grant ordered. Strike team, you're clear to move. The strike team's cruiser, cloaked in adaptive camouflage, slipped into the nebula like a wraith. Inside, Grant sat alongside Ward and Aaron, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of the controls. The cockpit was silent save for the soft hum of the engines and the occasional crackle of static from the comms. The nebula enveloped the ship in a kaleidoscope of colors, its shifting light casting eerie shadows across the interior. The air was heavy with tension, every movement deliberate. The scent of ionized gas seeped through the filtration systems, a metallic tang that clung to their senses. "Approaching the fortress," the pilot reported, her voice low but steady. "Activating stealth systems." The fortress loomed ahead, a hulking mass of metal and energy that seemed to pulsate with its own malevolent rhythm. Turrets rotated lazily, scanning the void for threats, their mechanical movements precise and menacing. "Keep us in their blind spots," Grant said, his voice a whisper. "We only get one shot at this." The cruiser weaved through the fortress's defenses, its movements a delicate dance between detection and destruction. The tension inside the ship was palpable, every breath shallow, every heartbeat a countdown. They docked at a maintenance port, the hiss of the airlock a sharp contrast to the suffocating silence. The strike team disembarked quickly, their boots silent against the cold metallic floor. The air inside the fortress was oppressive, thick with the faint hum of energy conduits and the acrid scent of burning fuel. "Split up," Grant ordered, his voice low but firm. "Plant the charges at the designated points. We regroup in 10 minutes." The team moved with precision, their footsteps barely audible as they navigated the labyrinthine corridors. Each turn revealed new dangers: patrolling guards, surveillance drones, and walls lined with pulsating cables that seemed almost alive. The air vibrated with tension, the faint hum of the fortress's systems a constant reminder of the stakes. Grant and Ward reached the central control room, its walls lined with consoles that glowed with alien symbols. The air was cold and sterile, the faint scent of ozone biting at their senses. "This is it," Ward said, her voice barely above a whisper. She began planting charges along the structural supports, her movements quick and efficient. Grant's attention was drawn to the main console, its display flickering with streams of data. He hesitated, then accessed the system, his fingers flying over the unfamiliar interface. "What are you doing?" Ward asked, glancing at him. "Looking for leverage," Grant replied. His gaze narrowed as he uncovered encrypted files detailing the Empire's fleet movements and supply chains. This could change everything." Before he could delve further, an alarm blared, its shrill cry echoing through the corridors. The walls pulsed with red light, and the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. "They know we're here," Ward said, her voice tense. "We need to move." Grant nodded, downloading the data onto a portable drive before turning to Ward. "Charges set?" "Ready," she replied. "Then let's blow this place to hell." The strike team regrouped at the docking port, their movements hurried but controlled. As they boarded the cruiser, the fortress trembled, the charges detonating in a chain reaction that sent plumes of fire and smoke cascading through its structure. "Get us out of here," Grant ordered, his voice calm despite the chaos. The cruiser shot into the nebula, the fortress collapsing behind them. Explosions rippled through its core, illuminating the swirling gases with bursts of red and orange. As the ship cleared the nebula, the comm crackled to life. "Diversion team is holding the line," came the report, "but we've taken heavy losses." Grant exhaled slowly, the weight of the mission pressing against him. The data they had recovered was invaluable, but the cost of the battle was a reminder of the war's relentless toll. "We're not done yet," he said, his voice a mix of determination and weariness. "But today, we've taken their heart. Let's make sure they feel it." The shadow's edge coasted through the void, the Veil Nebula fading into the backdrop like the smoldering remnants of a dying star. Inside, the crew worked in silence, their faces etched with exhaustion and resolve. Commander Elias Grant stood at the cockpit's edge, the soft glow of the controls casting his features in sharp relief. The weight of the data drive in his pocket felt heavier than its size, a silent reminder of the lives traded for its acquisition. "Comms online," Lieutenant Ward announced from her station, her voice cutting through the hum of the engines. "The Vanguard is signaling. They're holding position at the fallback point." "Patch them through," Grant said, his gaze never leaving the viewport. The image of Admiral Kairos filled the console, his expression grim but resolute. Behind him, the UES Vanguard's bridge buzzed with controlled chaos. "Report!" the Admiral demanded, his tone as sharp as the edge of a blade. Grant's voice was steady, his words precise. The mission was a success. The Empire's core fortress is destroyed, and we've recovered critical data on their fleet and supply lines. But the cost was high. The diversion team sustained heavy casualties. Admiral Kairos nodded, his expression softening for a moment. Understood. Those sacrifices won't be in vain. What's the status of the strike team? All accounted for, Grant replied. We're en route to rendezvous with the fleet. Once we're back, we'll analyze the data and plan our next move. Kairos' gaze hardened. Make it fast. Intel suggests the Empire is already rallying reinforcements. We don't have much time. The transmission ended, leaving the cockpit in tense silence. Grant turned to Ward, his voice low but firm. How long until we reach the fleet? 4 hours if we maintain this trajectory, Ward replied. Her fingers danced over the controls, adjusting their course. We'll be cutting it close. Close is all we've got, Grant said, his tone unyielding. He turned back to the viewport, his thoughts already racing ahead to the battle to come. The UES Vanguard loomed large as the Shadow's Edge docked, its massive hull bearing the scars of relentless combat. The hangar buzzed with activity as engineers and medics swarmed the returning strike team. The air was thick with the acrid stench of plasma burns and the sharp tang of spilled hydraulic fluid. Grant stepped onto the deck, his boots clanging against the metal floor. Ward followed close behind, the data drive clutched tightly in her hand. They moved through the chaos with purpose, their destination clear. The war room was alive with activity. Officers crowded around the central holotable, their faces illuminated by the glow of tactical displays. The tension in the air was palpable, a charged current that seemed to vibrate through the walls. Grant placed the data drive on the console, the display flaring to life as its contents unfolded. The room fell silent as schematics, fleet movements, and supply chain details filled the holographic space. Every eye was fixed on the display, the magnitude of the information sinking in. This is it, Grant said, his voice cutting through the quiet. The key to turning the tide. Admiral Kairos stepped forward, his sharp eyes scanning the data. What are we looking at? Grant gestured to the display, his movements precise. Supply routes, refueling stations, command nodes. This data exposes every weakness in their logistical network. If we target these points, we can cripple their ability to sustain their forces. Ward chimed in, her voice steady. It's not just about supply lines. The data suggests internal fractures within the Empire, splinter factions, dissent among their ranks. If we exploit these divisions, we can sow chaos from within. Kairos' gaze was unyielding, his mind clearly working through the possibilities. What's your plan? Grant straightened, his voice taking on the tone of command. We launch a two-pronged offensive. First, we hit their supply lines, hard and fast. We target key refueling stations and disrupt their logistics. Meanwhile, we deploy infiltration teams to spread disinformation among their forces, amplifying their internal divisions. And the fleet? Kairos asked. Grant's expression hardened. The Vanguard and its allies hold the line. We lure the Empire into overcommitting, drawing their forces into a decisive engagement. Once they're spread thin, we strike at their command nodes and cut off the head of the serpent. Kairos studied him for a long moment, then nodded. It's bold, risky, but it's the best chance we have. The fleet mobilized with precision, their movements coordinated like a symphony of war. Fighters swarmed through the hangars, their engines roaring to life as pilots climbed into cockpits. The scent of ozone and fuel filled the air, mingling with the faint vibration of charging weapon systems. On the bridge of the Vanguard, Grant oversaw the preparations. The tactical displays showed the fleet's formations, their paths converging on the Empire's key supply routes. The plan was ambitious, requiring perfect timing and flawless execution. Strike teams are in position, Ward reported. Infiltration units are standing by. Good, Grant said. His voice carried the weight of command, steady and sure. Let's show them what it means to fight for survival. The first engagement was a storm of fire and steel. The Empire's refueling stations erupted in flames as the strike teams hit their targets with surgical precision. Explosions lit up the void, their shockwaves rippling through the surrounding debris fields. The air inside the ships was thick with tension, the scent of sweat and scorched metal clinging to every surface. Infiltration teams slipped behind enemy lines, their movements silent and deliberate. Disguised as Empire officers, they spread false orders and manipulated communications, sowing confusion and mistrust among the ranks. The Empire's forces faltered, their cohesion unraveling like a thread pulled taut until it snapped. On the front lines, the vanguard led the charge. Railguns and missile arrays roared to life, their projectiles streaking through space with deadly precision. Empire ships crumbled under the onslaught, their formations breaking as chaos took hold. Grant stood at the bridge's helm, his voice a constant presence over the comms. Hold the line. Focus fire on their flanks. Don't give them room to regroup. The ship shuddered as enemy fire struck its shields, the impact sending vibrations through the floor. The faint scent of burning circuits filled the air, a reminder of the stakes. Ward's voice cut through the din. We've got incoming reinforcements on the left flank. Heavy cruisers. Redirect the lunar defense grid, Grant ordered. Target their engines. Slow them down. The battle raged on, the void alight with the clash of weapons and the glow of distant stars. Every movement, every shot was calculated, the stakes pressing against the crew like the weight of a collapsing star. Hours later, as the dust of the engagement settled, the results of the offensive became clear. The Empire's forces were in disarray, their supply lines severed, and their command structure fractured. Reports from the infiltration teams confirmed widespread dissent among their ranks. Grant stood in the war room, the tactical display showing the aftermath of the battle. The fleet was battered but victorious, their efforts yielding a critical advantage. Admiral Kairos entered, his expression grim but resolute. We've dealt them a heavy blow, but they're not finished. No, Grant agreed, but they're weakened, vulnerable, and now we have momentum. Kairos nodded. What's your next move? Grant's gaze hardened. We take the fight to them, directly. This ends with us standing over the ashes of their empire. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over them like the calm before a storm. The tide had turned, but the final battle loomed, its shadow stretching across the stars. The final battle began in silence, the void vast and empty, the stars watching like distant, indifferent gods. Humanity's fleet, led by the UES Vanguard, hung on the edge of the Empire's home system, a single spark against the looming darkness of the enemy's stronghold. The Imperial forces were already mobilizing, their fleets casting shadows that swallowed the light of nearby stars. Commander Elias Grant stood on the bridge, the faint glow of the tactical display reflecting in his eyes. The room was tense, the air heavy with the weight of countless lives resting on the next few hours. Every officer was at their post, their movements deliberate, their faces set. The Vanguard's engines thrummed beneath their feet, a steady heartbeat against the quiet storm of anticipation. They're coming, Lieutenant Ward said, her voice low but taut with energy. She pointed to the tactical display, where the Empire's massive armada was forming into a battle line. Thousands of ships moved with deadly precision, their sleek, angular forms bristling with weapons. Good, Grant replied, his voice calm yet firm. Let them come. We'll meet them head on. Admiral Kairos' voice came through the comms, steady but edged with urgency. Grant, we need to be sure. If this fails, if they break through, we'll lose everything. It won't fail, Grant said, his gaze never leaving the display. We've planned for this, we've paid for this, and now we finish this. The silence on the line was brief but heavy, a testament to the trust placed in him. Understood. Godspeed, Commander. The Vanguard surged forward, its fleet spreading out into a wedge formation. Fighters screamed out of their hangars, their engines blazing trails through the dark. The Empire's forces moved to intercept, their ships firing the first volleys. Beams of energy and trails of missiles lit up the void, a deadly ballet of fire and light. The Vanguard's shields flared as enemy fire struck home, the impacts vibrating through the hull. Return fire, Grant ordered, his voice cutting through the din. The ship's railguns roared, their projectiles tearing through the Empire's front line. Explosions blossomed like brief, violent stars, the shockwaves rippling through the enemy formation. Flank their destroyers, Grant commanded, his tone unyielding. Keep their capital ships pinned down. Don't let them regroup. The crew moved with precision, their training and resolve carrying them through the chaos. The scent of ozone and heated metal filled the bridge as systems strained under the assault. Sparks flew from overloaded consoles, the air thick with tension. Enemy dreadnoughts advancing, Ward reported. Her voice remained steady, but there was a note of urgency. They're focusing fire on the vanguard. Let them, Grant said, his expression unwavering. They want to focus on us? Fine. We'll give them a show. The vanguard turned, its massive railguns unleashing a torrent of fire. The shots punched through the shields of the closest dreadnought, striking its core. The resulting explosion sent debris spinning into the enemy line, forcing them to scatter. But the Empire was relentless. More ships surged forward, their weapons blazing. The vanguard shuddered under the onslaught, its shields straining to hold. Grant gripped the console, his jaw tight. "Hold steady," he said, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We're not done yet." The Empire's flagship, a towering behemoth that dwarfed even the Dominion, loomed into view. Its weapons glowed with ominous energy, their power threatening to eclipse anything humanity could muster. Grant's gaze locked onto it, his expression hardening. "There it is," he murmured. "The heart of their empire." Ward turned to him, her eyes wide. "You're not seriously—" "We are," Grant interrupted. "That's our target." As the battle raged around them, Grant activated the comms, addressing the fleet. "This is Commander Grant. You know what's at stake. This is our moment, our chance to break the Empire's hold on the galaxy. They think they can crush us, but they don't understand what it means to be human. We don't just survive, we defy, we fight, and today, we win." A chorus of acknowledgments filled the channel, voices filled with determination. The fleet surged forward, their fire converging on the flagship. The enemy ship's shields flared but held, its massive form unmoving. "Target its weapon arrays," Grant ordered. "We need to neutralize its firepower." The Vanguard's weapons roared to life, their shots striking the flagship's surface. Smaller ships darted in, exploiting every opening, their attacks coordinated and relentless. Explosions rippled across the flagship's hull, its shields flickering. "They're focusing all fire on us," Ward said, her voice tight. "Shields are at critical." "We just need to hold a little longer," Grant replied. He activated the comms again, this time to the infiltration team hidden aboard the flagship. "Team Alpha, status?" A crackling response came through. "Charges set, Commander. Ready on your signal." Grant's gaze hardened. "Do it." Inside the flagship, explosions erupted, tearing through its internal systems. The ship shuddered, its weapons falling silent as fire and smoke consumed its corridors. On the Vanguard's bridge, cheers erupted, but Grant's expression remained focused. "Fall back," he ordered. "Give them no target to hit." The Vanguard and its fleet pulled back, their formations tightening as the flagship crumbled. Its core erupted in a blinding explosion, sending shockwaves through the Empire's fleet. Enemy ships scattered, their lines breaking under the chaos. "They're retreating," Ward reported, her voice filled with awe. "We've done it." Grant exhaled, the tension finally releasing from his shoulders. "No," he said quietly. "We've begun it." The battle was won, but Grant knew the war wasn't over. The Empire was wounded, but it wasn't dead. Yet for the first time, humanity had shown the galaxy its strength, its resolve, and its defiance. He turned to the crew, his voice carrying over the quiet hum of the bridge. "Today we proved that we don't back down. We don't run. The Empire wanted war, and we gave them one. And now, they'll remember what it means to face humanity." The stars beyond the viewport seemed brighter, their light a beacon of hope in the darkness. For the first time, the future felt like something worth fighting for.
to earn their trust. Show them you're not a threat. The breakthrough came 3 days later. Mary's team managed to completely disable the control unit on their captive beast. The creature's natural intelligence emerged, and to everyone's surprise, it was far more sophisticated than the Dominion's brutal programming had allowed. They turned these beautiful creatures into weapons. Mary said sadly, watching their test subject gently take food from a handler's hand. But we can show them a better way. Word spread quickly through the colony. More war beasts were captured alive now, carefully tranquilized, and freed from their control systems. Mary and her team worked around the clock, developing a new, gentler control interface that worked with the creature's natural instincts rather than suppressing them. High in orbit, Lord Drake received the most disturbing report yet. "My lord," his tactical officer said, voice shaking. "The humans, they're not just defeating our beasts anymore. They're taming them." The tactical display told the story. Freed war beasts were now fighting alongside the humans, their natural pack-hunting instincts making them far more effective than they had been under the Dominion's brutal control. In Bennett Valley, Tom Walker led a hunting party that included 3 former war beasts. The creatures moved silently through the wheat fields, using their enhanced senses to track their still-controlled brethren. "Easy, big fellow," Tom said, patting the flank of the largest beast. The creature's armor had been modified, stripped of its weapons but enhanced with better protective plating. "Let's go find your friends." The hunting party moved like a well-oiled machine. The freed beasts would locate their targets, while the humans would move in to disable the control systems. More often than not, the controlled beasts surrendered once they sensed their freed companions. The Dominion made a mistake. Governor Richards said, watching the latest successful hunt on her tactical display. "They thought these creatures were just weapons. But humans know better. We'd spent our entire history working with animals, understanding them, forming partnerships." Dr. Wells, watching the same feed from the Dominion ship, couldn't help but smile. "First, they learned to hunt the beasts," she said to no one in particular. "Then they learned to understand them. And now," she gestured to the screen showing humans and freed war beasts working together. "Now they've done what humans always do. They've turned their former enemies into allies." Lord Drake stood before the Dominion High Council, his scales pale with shame. On the massive display behind him, footage played from the failed invasion of New Eden. The council members watched in stunned silence as scenes unfolded, war beasts being hunted down by farmers, creatures being turned against their masters, and finally, the humiliating retreat of Dominion forces. "Let me understand this clearly," the High Chancellor said, her voice cold. "You lost our entire war beast program to farmers." "Not just farmers." Dr. Wells stepped forward, now officially summoned to testify. "Colonists, pioneers, the kind of humans who choose to settle new worlds." She gestured to the screens. "In other words, the most adaptable and resourceful of an already resourceful species." News of the defeat spread across the galaxy like wildfire. On 1,000 worlds, beings gathered around screens to watch the footage. They saw humans in modified farming equipment taking down cyber-enhanced predators. They watched in amazement as colonists turned the feared war beasts into allies. Back on New Eden, the celebration was in full swing. The town square of Bennett Valley had been transformed. Alongside the parked harvesters and hunting vehicles stood reformed war beasts, their armor painted with the colony's colors. Children rode on the backs of creatures that had once been sent to terrorize them. "Never thought I'd see something like this," Bill Cooper said, watching his grandson Tommy feeding treats to a 6-legged beast that now helped guard his wheat fields. "Turns out they're pretty good at herding cattle, once you show them how." Tom Walker stood with Governor Richards, looking over the changed valley. "The Dominion did us a favor, really," he said. "Those beasts are better suited to farm work than fighting. Strong, smart, and now that they're free of the control systems, surprisingly gentle." Mary Walker was busy teaching other colonies how to free and rehabilitate any remaining war beasts, Her veterinary protocols had been shared across human space, just in case the Dominion tried their strategy elsewhere. The funny thing is, she told a group of visiting reporters, these creatures were never meant to be weapons. The Dominion took beautiful, intelligent animals and tried to turn them into monsters. We just helped them become themselves again. In the galaxy's diplomatic circles, the story became a cautionary tale. Videos of humans hunting down war beasts with primitive weapons and modified farm equipment became popular viewing. Military analysts studied the footage, learning hard lessons about underestimating humanity. The humans didn't just beat the war beasts. One alien general noted, they understood them, freed them, and turned them into friends. Who else would look at a cybernetic killing machine and think, I bet that would be good at herding cattle? Dr. Wells, now promoted to head of Sinological Studies, gave her final report to the Dominion Council. The mistake wasn't just attacking humans, she explained. The mistake was forgetting what made humans dominant on their homeworld. Not technology, not strength, but their ability to adapt, learn, and turn enemies into allies. She showed them one final image, a human child riding on the back of a war beast through a wheat field, both seeming perfectly happy. They've already started breeding programs, she added. Within a few generations, these creatures will be as loyal to humans as Earth's dogs. That's what humans do. They don't just survive, they thrive. They don't just win, they change the game entirely. The story of New Eden became legend, told and retold across the galaxy. How farmers and colonists defeated the most feared weapons in known space. How humans proved once again why they were the most successful predators in history. And most importantly, how dropping war beasts on a human planet became known as the greatest military mistake in recent galactic history. In Bennett Valley, life went on. The wheat grew tall, the modified harvesters worked the fields, and the reformed war beasts helped guard the crops. Just another day on a human colony world, where the descendants of Earth's greatest hunters had once again proven why you should never, ever underestimate humanity's ability to adapt. The message arrived on a quiet Tuesday morning. In the 50 years since humanity had reached the stars, they had never received anything like it. The giant screens at Earth Defense Command headquarters lit up with strange symbols that quickly transformed into English text, an invitation to join the Galactic Council. Ambassador James Thompson stood at the window of his office, looking out over the gleaming spires of New Washington. At 62, he had spent his entire career preparing Earth for this moment. His weathered face reflected in the glass as he watched the morning sun paint the sky in shades of orange and gold. They're really inviting us? He asked, turning to face General Adams, who sat rigidly in one of the office's leather chairs. Yes, sir. After 50 years of watching us from the shadows, they finally decided we're worthy of consideration. The general's tone carried a hint of bitterness. Though I must say, their timing is interesting. Thompson knew what he meant. In the past decade, human colonies had expanded rapidly, pushing into resource-rich systems that the Council had previously ignored. Now, suddenly, they wanted to talk. The President has chosen you as our representative. Adams continued, sliding a data pad across the desk. You leave in 3 days. Thompson picked up the pad, scanning through the mission details. The Council station orbited a neutral star, far from both human and Council space. A fitting place for first contact, he supposed. That evening, Thompson sat in his garden with his wife Mary and their daughter Lisa. The artificial weather controllers had created a perfect spring night, with just enough breeze to rustle the leaves of the oak tree they had planted 20 years ago. I don't trust them, Lisa said, her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee. At 28, she worked in Earth's diplomatic corps, following in her father's footsteps. We've sent 17 requests for diplomatic contact in the past 5 years. Why respond now? Because we're finally strong enough to matter, Thompson replied, watching a shooting star, probably a defense satellite, cross the sky. or dangerous enough to worry them. Mary reached over and squeezed his hand. "Just be careful, James. We know nothing about these beings except that they've been watching us for half a century without saying hello. That's not exactly neighborly behavior." Thompson nodded, thinking about the classified reports he'd read. The council claimed to represent 37 spacefaring species, but humans had only ever encountered their automated probe ships and warning beacons. Something about that had always bothered him. The next 2 days passed in a blur of briefings and preparations. Thompson memorized what little they knew about council protocol, studied the basics of 6 different alien languages, and reviewed Earth's negotiating positions on everything from trade rights to colonial expansion. On the morning of his departure, Thompson stood in the launch bay of the diplomatic vessel Hope's Journey. The ship was Earth's finest, a perfect blend of elegance and hidden strength. Like humanity itself, it appeared less capable than it truly was. Final checks complete. Ambassador, Captain Miller reported, her uniform crisp despite the early hour. "We're ready when you are." Thompson took one last look at the farewell party. Mary and Lisa stood with the President and Joint Chiefs, all trying to maintain professional expressions. He smiled, gave a simple wave, and turned to board the ship. As the airlock cycled, Thompson thought about humanity's journey to this point. From their first hesitant steps into space to their current network of thriving colonies, humans had proven themselves resourceful and determined. Whatever the Council's true intentions, he would make sure they understood that humanity had earned its place among the stars. The ship's engines hummed to life, and Thompson felt the subtle shift as artificial gravity engaged. Through the viewport, he watched Earth grow smaller, its blue-white surface gleaming like a jewel against the black of space. Course plotted for Council Station, the navigator announced. Transit time, 6 days. Thompson settled into his chair, already planning his approach to the negotiations ahead. He had no way of knowing that in less than 2 weeks, his death would spark the greatest war the galaxy had ever seen. The Council Station hung in space like a giant metal flower, its silver petals stretching out for miles. Thompson stood at the viewing window of Hope's Journey as they approached, trying to calm his racing heart. Something about the station's beauty felt wrong, like a Venus flytrap waiting for its prey. "Docking permission granted," Captain Miller announced. "They're directing us to Bay 47. As Thompson walked down the arrival tunnel, he noticed the air had a sweet metallic taste. 2 tall aliens waited at the other end, their blue-tinted skin and long necks marking them as members of the elder races. They wore elaborate robes covered in blinking lights. "Ambassador Thompson," the taller one said, its translator making the words sound flat. "I am guide first. This is guide second. We will show you to your quarters." Thompson nodded politely, but his diplomatic training screamed warnings at him. No welcome ceremony, no other ambassadors, no media. This wasn't protocol. This was something else. The halls they walked through were strangely empty. Thompson saw cleaning robots and automated systems, but almost no other beings. For a station that supposedly housed representatives from 37 species, it felt like a ghost town. "Your quarters," Guide first announced, stopping at a plain door. "The first council session begins in 6 hours. Do not leave until summoned." Once alone, Thompson activated his secure communicator. "Captain Miller, are you receiving?" "Yes, sir. Signal is clear, but something's interfering with our other systems. Half our sensors have gone dark since docking." "Keep the engines ready," Thompson said quietly. "I don't like this." A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Outside stood a small, green-skinned alien with large eyes. "Ambassador," it whispered, looking nervous. "I am Representative Third of the Rim Worlds. May I enter?" "Quickly, please." Thompson let the alien in, noting how it checked the hallway before entering. "I came to warn you," Third said, its translator barely above a whisper. "The elder races, they are angry about your colonies. The new ones in the spiral arm. They had plans for those systems. Those systems were empty. Thompson replied. We searched thoroughly before settling. Third made a sound like sad laughter. Empty because they were being saved. The elder races, they take systems with good resources, keep them empty until needed. Your people took 12 such systems in 3 years. Thompson felt his stomach tighten. Are you saying this invitation isn't about membership? They will offer you a choice in the council session, Third continued. Abandon the colonies or face sanctions. But the alien looked around fearfully. I have seen their private sessions. They want to make an example. They think humans are too dangerous to be allowed to grow stronger. Thompson walked to the window, looking out at the endless stars. Why are you telling me this? Because my people were once like yours, Third said. We expanded too quickly. They made an example of us too. Now we live on resource-poor worlds, barely surviving. I cannot stop what they plan, but I can warn you. After Third left, Thompson spent the next few hours sending coded messages back to his ship in Earth. He detailed everything he'd learned and everything he suspected. If Third was right, humanity needed to be ready. When the summons finally came, Thompson straightened his uniform and checked his emergency beacon one last time. As he walked toward the council chamber, he noticed more beings in the halls now, all watching him with expressions that ranged from pity to barely hidden satisfaction. The council chamber doors looked like they were made of solid gold, stretching 3 stories high. Guide First and Second waited beside them. Remember, Ambassador, Guide First said as the doors began to open. The council's decisions are always unanimous and final. Thompson took a deep breath and stepped forward. The chamber beyond was vast and circular, with raised seats holding representatives of the most powerful species in known space. All of them looked down at the single small platform where he would stand. As the doors closed behind him with a heavy thud, Thompson realized he could no longer hear the station's air circulation systems. The council chamber's lights dimmed as Thompson stood on the small platform. Above him, hundreds of alien faces looked down from their elevated seats. Their eyes glowed in the darkness like stars, cold and distant. Ambassador James Thompson of Earth, the high speaker's voice boomed through the chamber. The creature's long, serpentine neck rose above the others, its scaled skin reflecting the dim light. You stand before the Galactic Council seeking membership for your species. That is correct, Thompson replied, his voice steady despite his racing heart. He could feel the weight of the data crystal in his pocket, the one containing all the evidence he'd gathered in the past 6 hours. Before we proceed with your petition, the High Speaker continued, do you have anything to present to the Council? This was it. Thompson took a deep breath. I do, High Speaker. I wish to present evidence of Council violations of its own founding laws. A murmur ran through the chamber. Thompson pulled out the data crystal and held it up. The projector beam caught it, and suddenly the chamber was filled with floating images and text. These records show systematic suppression of developing species. Thompson's voice grew stronger. Deliberate resource hoarding. Staged accidents to eliminate competition. Forced relocation of populations. He pointed to specific documents floating around him, all signed and approved by this council. You dare, one of the elder race representatives stood, their robes flashing angry red patterns. This is an insult, Toe. This is the truth, Thompson cut in, and humanity will not be another victim of your corruption. We, the High Speaker's voice sliced through the growing chaos. Guards, seal the chamber. It seems we must make an example. Again, heavy metal shutters slammed down over the chamber's doors. Thompson's hand went to his emergency beacon, but nothing happened when he pressed it. Your primitive devices have been disabled, the High Speaker said, almost gently. Now, let us show you what happens to those who threaten the order we have maintained for 10,000 years. Thompson heard a hissing sound. The air took on a strange, sharp smell. Captain Miller, he called into his communicator. Are you receiving? Yes, sir. Miller's voice crackled with static. We're picking up dangerous chemical readings in the chamber. We're trying to override their systems. But broadcast everything, Thompson ordered, feeling his skin begin to burn. Make sure Earth sees all of it. The air itself seemed to catch fire. Thompson could see his uniform starting to smoke, could feel his flesh beginning to blister. But he forced himself to stand straight, looking directly at the high speaker. "Remember this," he said, his voice raw but clear enough for the communicator to pick up. "Remember what they did. Remember why. And when the time comes," he stumbled but caught himself. "When the time comes, remind them why humanity survived every challenge we ever faced." The pain was beyond bearing now. Through streaming eyes, Thompson could see the council members watching him passively as his skin blackened and peeled. None of them moved to help. None even looked away. "Hope's journey. Get out of here," he managed to gasp. "Get the recording to Earth. That's an ord." The rest of his words were lost in a scream as the chemical fire reached his lungs. His last thought, as consciousness faded, was of Mary and Lisa. At least they would know he died standing up for what was right. Up in the observation rings, Representative Third watched with horror as Thompson's body finally collapsed. The human had known this might happen. Third's warning had made that clear, but instead of running, he had chosen to expose the Council's crimes to every human observation ship in range. As Third watched the Earth ship Hope's Journey make a desperate break for open space, pursued by Council vessels, a strange thought occurred to them. Perhaps the elder races were right to fear humans after all, but not for the reasons they imagined. Because Third had seen the look in Thompson's eyes at the end. It wasn't fear or pain or even hatred. It was triumph. The recording of Thompson's death played on every screen on Earth. In homes, offices, and public squares, billions watched in stunned silence as their ambassador burned alive. When it ended, that silence turned to rage. Admiral Robert Wells stood in Earth Defense Command's main control room, watching as emergency signals lit up across human space. His weathered face showed no emotion, but his hands gripped the command rail so hard his knuckles turned white. "Sir," his communications officer spoke up, "we're receiving responses from all colonies. They're asking for war authorization." Wells nodded. He'd known humanity's response the moment he'd seen Thompson's final moments. "What about the Council?" "They've sent a message, sir. They say," the officer's voice shook with anger, "they say this was a legal execution of a disruptive element, and that humanity should learn its place." The main door slid open. The president walked in, followed by the leaders of Earth's major powers. Their faces were grim. "The vote was unanimous," the president said. "For the first time in human history, every nation, every colony, every settlement agrees. We're at war." Wells turned to his tactical display. "They think we're primitive. They think we're weak. Let's show them how wrong they are." He pressed a button, and a new image appeared. Blueprints labeled Project Phoenix. "We've been preparing for something like this for years," Wells explained. "The Council relies on energy shields, A-driven ships, and advanced targeting systems. But we found their weakness. The display showed simple nuclear weapons, modified for space combat. Their shields can't handle old-fashioned nuclear blasts. Their AIs can't predict primitive ballistic trajectories. And their targeting systems." He allowed himself a small smile. "They never developed countermeasures for kinetic weapons. Why would they? It's too primitive for their taste." "How long until we can launch?" one of the world leaders asked. "Our forces are already moving," Wells replied. "We started the moment Hope's Journey broadcast Thompson's warning. Every colony is activating its defense systems. Every shipyard is switching to war production. And our sleeper agents in Council space are about to wake up." The tactical display lit up with hundreds of red dots, Council military installations, and supply lines. Next to each one, a small note detailed their weaknesses, their patrol schedules, their defense capabilities. "Thompson didn't just expose their crimes," Wells continued. He confirmed what our intelligence suggested. The Council is corrupt, complacent, and completely unprepared for a real war. They haven't fought one in thousands of years. They just bully younger species into submission. And now they've tried to bully us, the President said quietly. Yes, sir, but unlike those other species, we're ready to hit back. Hard. The display changed again, showing the faces of other alien representatives, species who had suffered under Council rule. Many had already sent secret messages supporting Earth's cause. The Council thinks this will be a simple punishment operation, Wells said. They'll expect us to cower, to abandon our colonies, to submit like all the others did. Instead, he typed a command, and the display showed Earth's full battle plan. Instead, we're going to tear their corrupt empire apart. In orbit, the first waves of Earth's ships were already moving out. Not the sleek diplomatic vessels the Council knew about, but heavy warships that had been built in secret, deep in asteroid belts and hidden shipyards. On every colony world, missile silos opened, defense platforms powered up. Civilian ships began converting to military use, adding the weapons they'd carried hidden behind false panels. In her office at the diplomatic court, Lisa Thompson watched her father's final moments one more time. She touched the screen gently when it showed his face. "They thought killing you would break us, Dad," she whispered. "Instead, you gave us exactly what we needed. Proof of their crimes, proof of their weaknesses, and a reason to strike first." Across human space, a simple message flashed on every military channel. Remember, respond. The war had begun. The Council's largest supply depot hung in space above a gas giant, its massive storage rings glowing with shield energy. The facility's AI systems monitored space for thousands of miles around, ready to detect any advanced ship drives or energy weapons. They weren't looking for rocks. The first asteroid hit the outer shield at 20% of light speed. The impact overloaded the shield generators instantly. Before the facility's automated alerts could even sound, 50 more followed, each one precisely aimed. Admiral Wells watched the attack feed from his command ship, hidden in the shadow of a nearby moon. Status: direct hits on all primary targets, his tactical officer reported. Their shields never stood a chance against kinetic impacts at that speed. Their AI didn't even recognize the asteroids as weapons until impact. Wells nodded. Similar attacks were happening across Council space. Humanity's ships had spent weeks positioning simple chunks of rock, using basic thruster pods to aim them. No complex drives, no energy signatures, just physics and patience. Second phase, Wells ordered. Across the system, hundreds of supposedly civilian mining ships dropped their fake outer hulls, revealing missile batteries and gun ports. They'd been hiding in plain sight for months, dismissed by the Council as primitive resource gatherers. The depot's remaining defenses targeted the approaching ships, expecting energy weapons. Instead, the human fleet fired old-fashioned nuclear missiles, technology so ancient that the Council's defensive AI had no recognition protocols for them. Their automated defenses are trying to adapt, the tactical officer reported with grim satisfaction. But they can't predict the missile paths. Their targeting systems are designed for energy weapons and smart projectiles, not ballistic trajectories. The nuclear explosions turned space into false day. When the light faded, the Council's greatest supply depot was a spreading field of debris. Wells opened a channel to all human ships. Phase 3. Begin resource capture. Specialized teams moved in, collecting the scattered supplies and raw materials. Everything would be used to fuel humanity's war effort. On the other side of Council space, similar scenes played out. Humanity struck 60 major targets in the first hour alone. Supply lines shattered. Communication relays went dark. Defensive stations discovered that their mighty energy shields meant nothing against simple kinetic weapons moving at relativistic speeds. In the Council's emergency session chamber, the High Speaker raged at his military commanders. How are they doing this? They're primitives. Their technology is centuries behind ours. That's exactly the problem. One commander admitted, "Our defenses are designed to stop modern weapons. These humans, they're using technologies so old we never thought to defend against them. Nuclear weapons, kinetic strikes, even their battle tactics are unpredictable because they're not using AI combat systems." Another explosion rocked the chamber. On the main display, a Council battleship died under a swarm of simple nuclear missiles. Its advanced targeting systems, designed to track energy weapons, couldn't lock onto the primitive ballistic weapons. "We've lost contact with the Outer Ring colonies," a communications officer reported. "Human ships are using our own supply lines to move undetected. They're attacking everywhere at once." The High Speaker slumped in his chair. In just 6 hours, humanity had done more damage than any species had managed in 10,000 years. Back on his command ship, Wells received word of another successful strike. He looked at the tactical display, watching as more and more Council positions went dark. "Sir," his communications officer called out, "we're getting signals from some of the younger Council races. They're offering to join our side. They say humanity has shown them that the Council isn't invincible." Wells thought of Thompson's final message. "Remember, respond. Tell them we accept their help," he ordered, "and send word to Earth. Phase 1 is complete. The Council's outer defense ring is broken. We're ready to push toward their core worlds." The war was only beginning, but already the galaxy's balance of power had shifted. Humanity had remembered, and their response was just getting started. 3 months into the war, the Council finally realized the true extent of their mistake. They had thought humanity would fight like other advanced species, with energy weapons, shield systems, and AI-controlled fleets. Instead, humanity fought like survivors, using every dirty trick and forgotten weapon they could find. Admiral Wells stood on the bridge of his command ship, watching as another Council battle fleet fell into a human trap. The massive alien vessels, each one large enough to hold a small city, moved in perfect formation towards what they thought was a weakened human colony. "They took the bait," Wells said quietly. "Launched the mines. Thousands of simple nuclear devices, hidden in debris fields, activated at once. The Council ship's sensors, designed to detect energy weapons, had completely missed them. Confirmed direct hits," his tactical officer reported. "Their shields are down, moving to Phase 2. Small human ships appeared from hidden positions in nearby asteroids. These weren't the huge warships the Council used, but converted civilian vessels, mining ships, cargo haulers, even old space tugs. Each one had been stripped down and packed with weapons. Remember," Wells transmitted to his fleet, "hit and run. Don't let them adapt to our patterns." The human ships struck from all directions, firing primitive but devastating weapons. Rail guns launched metal slugs at near-light speed. Nuclear missiles overwhelmed the Council's tracking systems. Some ships even used modified mining lasers, cutting through the alien vessels' now unshielded hulls. In the Council's main command center, the High Speaker watched in horror as another fleet was torn apart. "How are they everywhere at once?" he demanded. "Our sensors showed no major fleet movements." "That's the problem," his military advisor said, shoulders slumped in defeat. "They're not moving large fleets. They're using small ships, hiding them in civilian traffic and debris fields. Our scanning systems are too advanced. They're programmed to look for high-energy drives and weapon signatures, not these primitive methods." On a dozen screens, more battles played out. Council forces, used to fighting with precise AI targeting and energy weapons, found themselves overwhelmed by human unpredictability. Ships that should have been easy targets vanished into debris fields. Weapons that should have been obsolete centuries ago tore through their best defenses. "Sir," a communications officer called out, "we're losing contact with more colonies. The younger races, they're revolting, using human tactics." The High Speaker felt his world crumbling. 10,000 years of Council dominance, undone in 3 months by a species they'd dismissed as primitives. Back in human space, Lisa Thompson coordinated with Earth's new allies. Former council slave races, inspired by humanity's success, provided crucial intelligence about council weaknesses. Some even began building their own primitive weapons, following Earth's example. Another council fleet just surrendered, her aide reported. They're saying they want to defect. Their crews are mostly from younger races. They've seen what happened to the other fleets. Lisa nodded, thinking of her father. He had died exposing the council's corruption, but he'd also shown the galaxy that the mighty council could bleed. On his command ship, Wells received the latest victory reports. Human forces had pushed halfway to the council's core worlds. Their supply lines were in chaos. Their once mighty fleets were scattered or destroyed. And now their own member races were turning against them. "Sir," his communications officer spoke up. "Message from Earth Command. They're calling this Operation Thompson. They say it's time for Phase 3. Wells looked at the tactical display, where the Council's capital system glowed like a distant target. "Send word to all ships," he ordered. "The Council forced us into this war. Now we're going to end it. Set course for their home system." In the darkness of space, thousands of human ships began to move. The Council had started this war by burning one human alive. Humanity's response had burned their empire to ash. And now it was time to finish the job. The Council's capital system was supposed to be impregnable. 3 rings of defense stations, powered by artificial suns. Fleets of the most advanced warships ever built. Sensor arrays that could detect a meteor from light years away. None of it mattered. Human ships appeared inside the defense rings, rising out of their hiding places in cargo vessels that had been quietly arriving for weeks. Council sensors, searching for advanced drive signatures, had ignored the primitive chemical rockets these ships used for short-range movement. "All ships, execute final attack plan." Admiral Wells commanded from his flagship. "Remember why we're here." The battle that followed would be studied for centuries. Human vessels, many of them civilian ships converted for war, struck from every direction at once. They fought like Earth's ancient guerrilla warriors, appearing suddenly, striking hard, vanishing into debris fields before the Council's targeting computers could lock on. In the Council's central station, the High Speaker watched his perfect defense crumble. "How did they get so many ships past our sensors?" he demanded. "They hid them in plain sight," his tactical officer replied, voice shaking. "In cargo containers, in asteroid chunks, even powered down and drifting with space junk. We were looking for an advanced fleet. They sent us scattered pieces and assembled them inside our defenses." A massive explosion lit up space. One of the artificial suns powering the defense rings went dark, its containment systems destroyed by precisely targeted nuclear strikes. "We have to evacuate," someone shouted. "They're inside all our defensive perimeters." But as the Council leaders rushed to their escape vessels, they found their paths blocked. The younger races they had suppressed for so long had turned against them. In corridors and docking bays across the station, security forces faced their own soldiers. Lisa Thompson stood on the bridge of her ship, watching the battle unfold. Her vessel wasn't a warship but a diplomatic one, carrying representatives from Earth and their alien allies. They waited as human forces systematically disabled the Council's defenses. "Your father would be proud," Representative Third said, standing beside her. The small alien who had tried to warn James Thompson now served as a liaison between Earth and the liberated races. "He showed us their weakness," Lisa replied. "Not their technology, their arrogance. They were so convinced of their superiority that they never imagined primitives could threaten them." Hours later, Wells' voice came over the command channel. "Capital station secured. Council leadership captured. You're clear to dock. Ambassador Thompson." Lisa led the diplomatic team into the Council chamber where her father had died. The room had been repaired, but she could still feel the weight of what had happened here. The Council leaders, now prisoners, watched as she took the Speaker's position. "6 months ago, you murdered my father in this room," she began. You thought it would frighten humanity into submission. Instead, it united us, united all of us. She gestured to the representatives of various species around her. Today, we're not here for revenge. We're here for justice. The Galactic Council is disbanded. In its place, we're establishing the Galactic Assembly, where all spacefaring species will have equal voice and equal rights. She looked at the former Council leaders. You will stand trial for your crimes, not just against humanity, but against every species you've suppressed and exploited. But you'll receive something you never gave my father, a fair hearing. The chamber, once a place of corruption and death, began its transformation. Over the following days, representatives from hundreds of worlds arrived, elder races and young species working together as equals for the first time in galactic history. Admiral Wells attended the Assembly's first official session. Watching Lisa Thompson guide the proceedings, he thought about how far they'd come. The Council had tried to make an example of humanity. They had succeeded, just not in the way they intended. Humanity had shown the galaxy that true strength didn't come from advanced technology or ancient traditions. It came from determination, adaptability, and the willingness to stand up against injustice, no matter the cost. The stars looked different now. Not distant points of light controlled by an ancient elite, but a field of possibilities open to all. A new age had begun, born from one man's sacrifice and humanity's response. They had remembered, they had responded, and now they would lead the way forward.
Outside of the galaxy locally referred to as Milky Way, Scout's log, entry 9,211,104. I have concluded after many stellar cycles of scouting, observing, and the like, that this galaxy, the one called Milky Way by its preeminent species, may appear ideal for conquest. Recommended course of action, however, is to not engage. Neff the highest starts before he lets out a long, low sigh, something he inadvertently picked up from the humans he had been observing for some time now. It was odd, he knew, but these humans who didn't know he existed somehow still impacted him. In their words, they were rubbing off on him. Being a Trephalian, the thought of touching another being seemed disgusting and was understandably forbidden, but the human term didn't actually refer to touching one another. Neff stands from his seat and surveys the cockpit around himself for a few beats. It is brimming with technologies, ones that the humans would kill to have. He knew because he had studied their behaviors, and he knew they would want everything that his masters had created. The humans wanted it because they knew as well as he did that everything here could be used for weapons. Everything is weapons with these humans, Neff thinks, somewhat surprised by the thought. Everything is a weapon in the eyes of the humans. Everything can be bested. And yet they do not conquer as thoroughly as my masters, the ones that the humans refer to as the war makers. I'm shocked they even know of the existence of my masters. However, shocked or not, this changes nothing. Walking over to his nourishment station, Neff retrieves a sad imitation of the juice from his homeworld and childhood from the food fabricator. He longed for the comfort and familiarity of home, but he knew that he'd never see his home star again. He wasn't the master of his own life, not anymore. Returning to his seat, Neff prepares to continue his final report on the so-called Milky Way. He hated what he knew he'd be saying. His words could kill millions or billions of the humans that he had grown to admire. Despite their short lives and odd habits, Neff saw the humans as a sort of equal to himself. He admired them as well. Wetting his tongue with the mucus gland directly over his oral passage, Neff resumes his report. I advise against engaging the humans for the sole reason that they seem to be preparing for something. Despite my sincerest efforts and the combined power of every computation machine available to me, I was unable to ascertain what these humans perceived as such a threat, and this concerns me. No other race that I have encountered in my many, many stellar cycles of life have ever prepared for military engagement as the humans have. Their fleets are 964 times larger than even the most militaristic races that I have observed, and that were later conquered. These massive human fleets only pertain to their active military vessels, and not the ones that have been decommissioned. The humans refer to this as mothballing, and these mothballed ships are kept in a state that allows them to readily re-enter service. The humans possess industrial capacity to replace their entire fleets within a short period of time as well, should they lose them in the opening days of conflict. Aside from their ships, the humans also have standing military forces that are many times greater than even the most warlike people I have observed. Even the greatest militaries in all of the records you have made available to me are dwarfed by the human military might. The only force I am aware of that is greater than that of humanity is the Kaldrat Nexidraxi, your servants. The humans also have military outposts on the fringes of their galaxy that serve as listening stations, and they are watching for any and all activities from beyond their known galaxy. There is a cluster of such stations on the most likely invasion point that the Kaldrat Nexidraxi would take, should you choose to heed the previous plans for invasion. This amassing of such overwhelming forces can only mean that the humans are aware of an outside threat. I suspect this threat that they know of could be us, but other gathered forces elsewhere in the human-held galaxy seem to suggest that they know of other threats beyond the segments of space that I have observed them visiting and gathering information on. This is quite concerning. Neff takes a few steadying breaths in order to regain his composure. His gills and lungs had been damaged in the war against the Kaldrat Nexidraxi long ago, and they were scarred to the point that he was unable to speak for extended periods. With one final deep breath, Neft says, "End report." Sighing once more, Neft rises and returns to his study. Scattered all around the study are data pads, data crystals, and even some scrawled notes on the walls, his desk, and on many sheets of paper. Looking down at one of the papers, Neft can't help but feel a sense of amusement. Every sentient race of the universe that he had encountered had developed paper or something that served a similar purpose. Even those without sight made use of paper-like substances. It was one of the many technologies that tied sentients together, despite the great distance between them all. Lowering himself to a squatting position near his desk, Neft pores over his notes yet one more time. He needed answers. He had to know why the humans would prepare for a threat from beyond their galaxy when, according to everything he knew, there was absolutely no reason that the humans could possibly know about the threats beyond. No other race had ever gone to such great lengths to secure their borders from invasion from without, and yet the humans seemed to know much more than they disclosed. It was as if the humans had the ability to see the future itself, which was an absolute impossibility. No race had ever exhibited such a skill, even though many pretended. Neff stares at his notes, at the many references of humans warring with themselves, with races within their own galaxy, and with imaginary enemies and things the humans called war games. The closest thing he had to a reason for their building up of forces on their borders was their war games. But no race that ever had similar activities thought to prepare for threats they had never encountered like this. The Kaldrat Nexidraxi, should they be sent to attack humanity, would suffer immense losses, unforgivable ones. Losses so high that Neff knew he would be held to account for said losses, and he would pay with his life. There was a distinct chance that the undefeated Kaldrat Nexidraxi would even lose a war with the humans. According to every computation model, the chance of failure stood at 30%. No other race in the history of Neff's masters had ever had even a 1% chance of success in a war. That's what made Neff so nervous. The reason why the humans only stood a 30% chance of repelling an attack was because they were presently divided. There was something they called a ceasefire between the unified coalition and a disorderly amalgamation of human-controlled planets and systems opposite that organized coalition. The disorderly planets had once been unified under the name Alexandrians, but that had been a lifetime ago for the humans. Yet even divided, those disorganized worlds would not bend the knee to their apparent betters. None of this made sense. Looking to another set of notes, Neft wheezes and then injects himself with another Nothcoria treatment to remain awake and lucid enough to continue his work. His hearts race as the medicine reaches them and his mental fog lifts somewhat. Scanning the notes, he dwells on how the humans seemed to be on a war footing, even when there was no war to be had. It was as if the humans were worshippers of war, yet Neft knew they were not. Not in the same manner as the conquered before them. Humans were different. And different was an impossibility. None of the conquered had ever been different. There was never a race doing a new thing. The humans even have a sentence they use from a historical text. They call it a praise, and it states that there is nothing new under the sun. And yet the humans defy even this logic and appear to be something new. New was a threat. New was the very reason why Neft knew the humans had to be subjugated as his own race had been. These humans were special enough that his masters needed them. Studying his notes further, Neft reflects on the treatment of the conquered races of humanity. The many alien races that they had warred with, and then, once the war was over, the humans integrated the defeated aliens into their own society. For the most part, this incorporation was done without threat or bondage, which was also a new thing that Neft failed to comprehend. The humans had old documents, ones written many generations beforehand, that spoke of all men being created equal, and the humans seemed to think, for the most part, that this applied to the other races in their galaxy as well. Even the lowest sentient species were treated well, the very species that Neft's masters would have totally and completely eradicated. None of what the humans did made sense. Neft finds himself mumbling as he reads, considering the threat that the humans pose. I would be a fool to advise an attack, and yet I feel obliged to do so. There is a beep, and then the ship's AI, Neft calls it Beeper, says, Scout Neft the Highest, I must advise you to rest. You have not given your mind or body a chance to recover in 20 cycles. I cannot. Neft snaps as he studies his notes with greater attention in an act of defiance. He did not appreciate the AI or its constant nagging. The AI did not understand just what kind of mystery these humans were. No self-respecting Trefalian could leave such a mystery unsolved, even if their health and even their very lives were at risk. You must, Beeper urges. Were you a human, this would be your 20th year without sleep. Even your own people rested in their first days of discovery. Neft holds up a cool, damp arm. They were not discovering the humans. Now silence. Very well, Beeper gives in, followed by a quiet beep. Neft knew that he was exhausted. He knew that this could end up being his final mission because his very body was giving out. However, answers had to come. His life was a small price to pay for these answers. Should another Trefalian come to finish what he started, he wanted them to know as much as was possible. The human enigma needed to be addressed. The human enigma had to be conquered. Shaking in awe and anxiety, Neft cries out, we must make them subjects of my masters. They must bow before them as my people have. The humans cannot continue like this. It is lunacy. No other race would consider actions as these. Slamming his arms against his desk, Neft smashes it to pieces and sends all the research that had been carefully laid out into the air. In a rage, he shouts, Beeper, resume my report now. Very well, Beeper sounds, I am recording now. Staring out into the void beyond his window, Neft looks toward the Milky Way, toward the home of the humans. Shaking still, now in a rage, he says, Amendment to Scout's log. Entry 9,211,104. It is highly advisable that the humans be brought under the complete and total control of my masters. We must learn what secrets they hold and learn of who they are preparing to war against. Conquest is preferred, but extinction will be required if that is not achievable. It is advisable that the Kaldrit Nexidraxi be sent in immediately. It is advisable that their complete force should be concentrated on a small region of human-controlled space to ensure their success. The usual broad conquest cannot succeed, and my computer models support this. It is advisable that the old machinations and any other remaining forces within the human-controlled galaxy be activated in order to preoccupy the humans and allow for a successful invasion. It is recommended that no effort should be spared, lest the humans retaliate. This is imperative for the continuation of the order of the universe, of which my masters control. Scout Neft the Highest, signing out. End report. A few silent moments pass before Beeper asks, did you not advise against this mere moments ago? Neft waves the AI off uselessly. He did not understand the humans, and that was a threat. It was a threat to himself, to his masters, and to the universe itself. Everything had its place. Everything has its order. Every race has its master, save Neft's masters alone. The humans defied all of this. And like the wayward children they were, they had to be brought back into order. No rebellion could be allowed, especially not on a scale like this. Seething, Neft feels hot mucus slipping over his mouth and chin in a manner no Trefalian had felt in hundreds of human centuries. It was something that only happened to the greatest of warriors before battle. It was a warning to any and all who stood against them that they would die. The rebellious humans would either join the fold under Neft's masters, or they would fall. Nothing else could be allowed because the enigmatic humans could not be understood. Surrendering to his body's needs, Neft collapses. Moments later, he breathes his last breath as his heart fails. Neft's final thoughts did not dwell on his home, nor on his slain family. Instead, he thought of the next Trefalian who would finish what he started. Who would understand the humans that Neft failed to? Thank you for listening to this story. If you liked it, be sure to check out some of the author Caleb Fast's published stories on Amazon. I've linked to his best-selling story in the description and comments section. Also, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you in the next one. The thing about abandoned alien space stations is that they never come with a user manual, or, basic safety protocols, or even a simple note saying, hey, don't press the big red button that looks suspiciously like a self-destruct switch. Elena Martinez stood in what she assumed was the main control room of the Craxon research station, her boots leaving footprints in the thick layer of ice crystals that covered everything. Her helmet light cut through the darkness, illuminating panels of dead screens and dormant control interfaces that hadn't seen power in what looked like years. Well, she said to no one in particular, her voice echoing in her helmet, this is what we in the professional salvage business call a complete mess. She paused, considering. Actually, that's being generous. This is what we call a disaster that someone gift-wrapped in catastrophe and topped with a bow made of pure chaos. The station hung in Europa's orbit like a forgotten Christmas ornament, all elegant curves and sweeping architecture that screamed advanced alien civilization, right up until you got close enough to see the deterioration. Elena's scanner beeped, analyzing the station's composition and structural integrity. Reading approximately 70% systems failure, she muttered, tapping through the scanner's displays. Life support minimal, power systems dormant but salvageable, and she squinted at a particularly interesting reading. What appears to be the most sophisticated research equipment I've ever seen, just sitting here collecting space dust. Because that makes perfect sense. The Craxon were known throughout explored space as one of the most advanced species in the galaxy. They were also known for being incredibly particular about their technology. Finding one of their stations abandoned was like finding a Ferrari left in a parking lot with the keys in the ignition. Elena made her way through the control room, her magnetic boots clicking against the metal floor. Each step sent small clouds of ice crystals spinning in the zero gravity. The station's viewport offered a stunning view of Europa's icy surface below, Jupiter's massive form dominating the horizon beyond. Computer, she called out, more out of habit than expectation, run basic systems diagnostic. To her surprise, a holographic display flickered to life, though it was faint and unstable. Alien text scrolled across it, then shifted to standard English. The translation was rough, but readable. Station designation, deep analysis. Research facilities 7,249. Safety scientist decommission. Reason for abandonment. Maintenance. Costs. Accept acceptable parameters. Current system functionality, 31.2%. Maintenance costs. Elena laughed, the sound sharp in her helmet. You abandoned a multi-billion credit research station because it was expensive to maintain? She shook her head, already running calculations in her mind. Oh, honey, you have no idea what human engineers can do with duct tape and determination. Yet you also have 1,000 thunder stars out. Elena laughed thickly. She pulled up her comm unit and began recording her official salvage claim. This is Elena Martinez, licensed salvage engineer, registration number SE700. I am exercising Earth Space Salvage Act Section 47B, claiming abandoned property in deep space. Timestamp shows. She glanced at her display, 1422 Earth Standard Time. And boy, do I have my work cut out for me. The station creaked around her, as if agreeing with her assessment. Somewhere in the distance, something that sounded expensive broke free and clattered to the floor. Elena sighed. Note to self, bring more duct tape. After 4 hours of exploring the station, Elena had discovered 3 important things. First, the Craxon had terrible taste in interior design. Second, they had even worse organizational skills. And third, they had left in such a hurry that they'd abandoned research data that would make most scientists drool. Let me get this straight, she said, addressing the station's semi-functional AI, which she'd managed to partially reboot. You're telling me they just left because the maintenance budget was too high? The AI's response came through in a series of choppy translations. Affirmative. Station maintenance costs exceeded projected revenue by 47.3%. Standard Kraxon protocol dictates immediate withdrawal from non-profitable ventures. Elena leaned against a frost-covered console, careful not to touch any of the controls. And nobody thought to, I don't know, try fixing things more efficiently? Maybe cut down on the gold-plated toilet seats? She paused, looking at what she had assumed was a decorative wall fixture. Please tell me that's not actually a gold-plated toilet seat. That is a quantum harmonization chamber, the AI replied, almost sounding offended. Though its efficiency could be improved by 82% with basic maintenance. Of course it could, Elena muttered, making notes on her tablet. Because heaven forbid anyone do basic maintenance in this place. All right, show me the abandonment logs. The holographic display flickered to life again, showing a series of what appeared to be very official-looking documents. Elena's translation software worked overtime, converting the flowing Kraxon script into English. Notice of abandonment. By order of the High Council of Scientific Resource Management, station turned 649 is hereby declared non-viable due to excessive maintenance requirements, inefficient energy consumption. Away. The unacceptable staff complaints about cold temperatures. Boses required replacement of 147 quantum harmonization chambers. All personnel are ordered to evacuate within one standard rotation. Member rotation? Elena whistled. They evacuated this entire research station in one day? No wonder everything's such a mess. She scrolled through more documents, each more ridiculous than the last. And look at these salvage rights forms. They literally signed away ownership to, and I quote, any entity foolish enough to waste resources on this maintenance nightmare. She pulled up the Earth Space Salvage Act guidelines on her tablet, grinning as she read through the requirements. Well, would you look at that? Everything's in order. All I need to do is file the claim, prove I can maintain the station, and... She gestured at the frozen room around her. This whole maintenance nightmare becomes my maintenance nightmare, the AI crackled. Query, are you suggesting you intend to restore this facility? Oh, honey. Elena patted the nearest console, brushing off frost. I'm going to do more than restore it. I'm going to show the Kraxon what happens when you give a human engineer a challenge and unlimited access to spare parts. Dewey's. She spent the next 2 hours meticulously documenting everything, taking photos, recording sensor readings, and filing enough paperwork to make even a Kraxon bureaucrat proud. The claim would be processed within 72 hours, assuming no other salvage teams tried to contest it. Computer, she called out, packing up her survey gear. How do you feel about the name Bob? Wary? Bob? Yeah, Bob. If I'm going to fix this place up, you need a proper name. Something less formal than Station AI serial number whatever. There was a long pause followed by designation Bob accepted, though I must inform you that my serial number is actually Yoke. Yame. Nope, Elena interrupted, grinning. You're Bob now, and Bob, we have a lot of work to do. She took one last look around the control room, already making mental lists of supplies she'd need. Somewhere in the distance, another expensive-sounding thing broke free and crashed to the floor. Make that a lot of work, she amended. And definitely more duct tape. 6 months later, Bob, remind me again why the Kraxon thought it was a good idea to run plasma conduits through the coffee maker? Elena hung upside down in the maintenance shaft, her magnetic boots locked to what she had designated as the ceiling, though in zero gravity that distinction was purely psychological. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the environmental controls she'd managed to restore last month. "The device you refer to as a coffee maker," Bob responded, his voice now much clearer after 3 months of communications system repairs, "is actually a molecular reconstruction unit for producing specialized research chemicals." "Well, now it's a coffee maker," Elena grunted, carefully disconnecting another crystalline power coupling. "And a pretty good one, once I rewired it to stop trying to analyze my caffeine intake as a potential biochemical weapon." The past 6 months had been a crash course in alien engineering, human ingenuity, and the universal truth that no matter how advanced a civilization became, they still couldn't write decent maintenance documentation. Elena had filled 3 tablets with notes, diagrams, and increasingly creative curses in multiple languages. "Warning," Bob announced. "Accessing that system without proper Craxon authorization codes may result in..." A shower of sparks erupted from the panel, and Elena quickly sealed it with a patch of high-tech space-grade repair tape, which looked suspiciously like duct tape painted silver. "May result in that," she finished, checking her handiwork. "But look on the bright side, Bob. Now we can redirect that power to something useful, like keeping the gravity plating running in more than just the bathroom." "I still fail to understand why you prioritized artificial gravity in the recreation area over the primary research labs," Bob commented, his tone carrying what Elena swore was a hint of judgment. Elena pushed off from the ceiling, floating gracefully toward another access panel. "Because, my digital friend, humans need a place to relax. And it's really hard to relax when your coffee cup keeps floating away." She paused, considering. "Though I have to admit, anti-grav table tennis was pretty fun." The station had slowly come back to life under Elena's care. The primary systems were now running at 78% efficiency. Not bad, considering she'd had to improvise half the replacement parts. The Craxon's obsession with using exotic materials for simple tasks had forced her to get creative. "Daily log update," she announced as Bob began recording. "Day 182 of renovation. Finally rerouted power from the unnecessary quantum harmonization chambers. Seriously, who needs 47 of those? To establish stable environmental controls throughout the habitable sections. Replace the overcomplicated atmospheric processors with standard human models. They're not as elegant, but they actually work, which is a nice change of pace." She pulled herself through a doorway into what she'd converted into a proper living quarter. The room was a strange blend of ultra-advanced alien technology and practical human comforts. A holographic display showing station diagnostics hung next to a poster of cats hanging from tree branches with the caption, "Hang in there." "Also," she continued, "finally figured out why the station was consuming so much power. Turns out that Craxon's idea of energy efficiency was to throw more power at a problem until it went away. I've reduced consumption by 60% just by implementing basic power management protocols." She grinned. "Take that, Mr. Maintenance costs exceed acceptable parameters." Bob's avatar flickered to life on a nearby screen. Elena had modified his visual interface to show a simple smiley face that changed expressions. Currently, it looked concerned. "Elena, I feel compelled to inform you that your modifications, while effective, deviate significantly from standard Craxon engineering principles." "Bob, my sweet summer child," Elena replied, pulling out her tablet to check the next day's repair schedule. "That's exactly why they're working. Sometimes the best solution isn't the most advanced one. Sometimes you just need a wrench and some common sense." The station creaked around them, but now it was the healthy sound of a well-maintained structure adjusting to temperature changes, not the ominous groaning of imminent collapse. "Besides," she added, floating toward her jury-rigged but perfectly functional coffee maker, "I'd say increasing efficiency by 200% while cutting operating costs by 80% proves my point. The Craxon overthought everything. They were so focused on perfection that they forgot about practicality." She was about to take a sip of her coffee when Bob's avatar suddenly shifted to an alert expression. Elena, I'm detecting an incoming vessel. Craxon energy signature. The coffee cup froze halfway to her lips. Well, she said after a moment, this should be interesting. Bob, be a dear and pull up all our salvage documentation. Something tells me we're about to have company, and they're not going to be happy about what we've done to their quantum harmonization chambers. The Craxon diplomatic vessel was exactly what Elena expected. Sleek, overdone, and probably running at 30% efficiency. It gleamed against the backdrop of Europa's icy surface, all polished curves and unnecessary decorative flourishes that served no practical purpose except to scream, "We're fancy." Bob, please tell me you've got those salvage documents ready, Elena said, straightening her jumpsuit. She'd considered changing into something more formal, but decided against it. If they wanted to see the station's engineer, they'd get the station's engineer, coffee stains and all. All documentation is prepared and verified, Bob replied, though I feel compelled to inform you that your current attire does not meet Craxon diplomatic standards. Neither does their abandoned station maintenance record, Elena muttered, watching as the ship docked with an almost insulting precision. Let's see how they like what we've done with the place. The airlock cycled, and Elena put on her best welcome to my salvage station smile as 3 Craxon officials entered. They were tall, elegant creatures with iridescent scales and expressions that suggested they'd just smelled something unpleasant. Their environmental suits looked like they cost more than Elena's entire salvage operation. Greetings, the leader said, their translator rendering the words in slightly stilted English. I am High Inspector Zex Kahl of the Craxon Scientific Resource Management Council. You are the human who has illegally occupied our research facility? Elena's smile didn't waver. Elena Martinez, licensed salvage engineer and legal owner of this station under Earth Space Salvage Act Section 47B. Welcome to Research Station Bob. Would you like some coffee? All 3 Craxon visibly recoiled at the station's new name. Zekkal's scales shifted to a deeper blue, a sign Elena's translator helpfully identified as extreme distress. This is outrageous, the second Craxon official sputtered. You've completely violated the sanctity of our quantum harmonization chambers. Oh, you mean the ones that were eating up 40% of the station's power for no reason? Elena gestured to her tablet. I've got the efficiency reports right here. Also your abandonment documentation. The ones where you literally signed away the station to, what was it again, Bob? Any entity foolish enough to waste resources on this maintenance nightmare, Bob quoted cheerfully. Elena had definitely been a good influence on his personality subroutines. This is unprecedented, the third Craxon official said, looking around in horror at Elena's modifications. You've replaced our molecular reconstruction units with coffee makers, Elena supplied helpfully. Much more efficient, and they actually work now. Zexcal drew themselves up to their full height, nearly brushing the ceiling. We demand immediate restoration of this facility to Craxon control. Your primitive modifications have increased overall efficiency by 200%, while cutting operating costs by 80%, Elena interrupted, pulling up the statistics. But hey, if you want to file a formal complaint, I've got all the paperwork right here. Fair warning though, Earth bureaucracy makes Craxon paperwork look like a children's coloring book. The officials huddled together, speaking in rapid Craxon that Elena's translator couldn't quite keep up with. She caught phrases like impossible efficiency ratings and complete disregard for proper protocols. And her personal favorite, where did all the quantum harmonization chambers go? Finally, Zexcal turned back to her, scales now an interesting shade of purple. This situation will require extensive review by the High Council. Until then, we will need to inspect every modification you've made to the station, Elena grinned. Of course, let's start with the coffee makers. I'm sure you'll find them fascinating. Bob, why don't you give our guests the full tour? Don't forget to show them the anti-grav recreation room. Thanks. With pleasure, Elena, Bob replied, and she could have sworn he was smiling in his own digital way. Shall I include the detailed efficiency reports for each modification? Every single one, Bob. Every single one. The thing about interstellar legal battles is that they make regular court proceedings look like a game of rock, paper, scissors. 2 weeks after the Craxon's arrival, Elena found herself in the middle of what could only be described as a bureaucratic circus. Let me get this straight, Maya Chen, Elena's Earth-based lawyer, said via holographic link. They're claiming that their abandonment documentation isn't valid because it was filed on a Tuesday? Elena sipped her coffee, watching as another fleet of media ships arrived at the station's observation distance. Apparently, Craxon legal documents can only be filed on days ending in AK. I'm not making this up. Reflectively, she stepped back, measuring the woman through the shade of the window. Maya shuffled through her documents, her hologram flickering slightly. Well, they filed it on Tuesday, March 15th, Earth time, which according to the Galactic Standard Calendar Converter was... Hold on. She grinned. Thorsdak in the Craxon calendar. Their own dating system proves they filed it correctly. I believe, Bob chimed in, that would be what humans call a gotcha moment. Majo sighed. The Craxon legal team had taken over one of the station's conference rooms, filling it with holographic displays of regulations and precedents from a dozen different species. Their lead counsel, a particularly pompous individual named Vex Tour, had spent the last 3 days trying to prove that Elena's coffee makers violated at least 7 interstellar safety protocols. Additionally, Bob continued, displaying another document, I have compiled extensive evidence that the station's current efficiency ratings exceed all Craxon operational standards. Elena's modifications have resulted in a 43% increase in research capabilities, despite using what they refer to as primitive human engineering. Elena watched as another media report flashed across her screen. The story had caught the galaxy's attention. Human engineer improves abandoned alien tech. Craxon demands return of damaged property. They're just embarrassed, Maya said, sorting through more documents. The latest polls show 67% of galactic citizens side with you. Turns out lots of species have had issues with overcomplicated Craxon technology. You're becoming something of a folk hero. Wonderful, Elena muttered. All I wanted was a salvage project and decent coffee. Now I'm in the middle of an interstellar incident. The station's comm system chimed. Elena, Bob announced. Ambassador Crickstall of the Craxon High Council requests an immediate meeting. They appear to be agitated. Rian, aren't they agitated? Elena stood, straightening her jumpsuit. Maya, stand by. Bob, pull up all the efficiency reports. And maybe brew a fresh pot of coffee. Something tells me we're going to need it. The meeting room was tense enough to make Elena wish she'd installed those quantum harmonization chambers after all. Ambassador Crickstall sat rigidly across from her, flanked by a team of advisors whose scales were cycling through various shades of distress. Engineer Martinez, the ambassador began, this situation has become untenable. Your modifications to our technology, Morgan gave him a look that said he liked it, have made it work better, Elena interrupted, sliding over her tablet. Here's the latest data. Power efficiency up, research output up, maintenance costs down. Coffee quality dramatically improved. One of the advisors made a choking sound at the last point. Furthermore, Bob added, displaying a series of charts, I have documented 2347 instances where Elena's modifications have prevented system failures that would have occurred under the original Craxon configurations. The ambassador's scales shifted to a deep purple. The High Council is prepared to offer compensation for your efforts. Name your price. Elena leaned back, a small smile playing at her lips. Actually, I have a better idea. One that might save both your pride and my coffee makers. The media ships outside the station continued to circle, their cameras recording what would soon become one of the most interesting negotiations in recent galactic history. And somewhere in the background, a perfectly maintained coffee maker burbled contentedly, proving that sometimes the simplest solutions were the best ones. It started with an alert from one of Elena's jury-rigged sensor arrays, the ones she'd cobbled together from spare parts and what used to be 3 redundant quantum harmonization chambers. Elena, Bob's voice carried an unusual note of excitement. I'm detecting significant biological activity in Europa's subsurface ocean. The readings are extraordinary. Elena looked up from her latest legal brief, interest peaked. Define extraordinary, Bob. The simplified sensors you installed are picking up signs of complex organic structures that the original Kraxon equipment missed. Your primitive modifications appear to have accidentally created a more effective detection system. The room fell silent. Ambassador Krickstall, who had been in the middle of another lengthy speech about Kraxon technological superiority, froze mid-gesture. Show me, Elena and the ambassador said simultaneously. Bob projected a holographic display of Europa's ocean depths. Where the Kraxon's original sensors had shown only basic chemical signatures, Elena's cobbled-together system revealed intricate patterns of life, vast networks of organisms, unlike anything in Earth's oceans. Well, Elena said slowly, that explains why you built a research station here in the first place. You were looking for exactly this, weren't you? The ambassador's scales had gone an interesting shade of gray. Impossible. Our sensors were the most advanced in the galaxy. They showed nothing of this complexity. Yes, about that. Elena pulled up the technical specifications. Your senses were so focused on quantum-level precision that they completely missed the macro scale. Like trying to count individual trees while missing the entire forest. She grinned. Sometimes you need to step back and look at the bigger picture. One of the Kraxon scientists had begun frantically analyzing the data, their scales flickering between colors so rapidly it was making Elena dizzy. The human is correct, they announced, sounding pained. Our original sensors were oversensitive. By simplifying the detection array, she accidentally created a more effective observation system for large-scale biological patterns. Dante, Elena leaned back in her chair, enjoying the moment perhaps a bit too much. So, let me get this straight. You abandoned this station because of maintenance costs, thinking it was worthless. I fixed it up, made it actually work, and in the process discovered exactly what you were looking for in the first place. I believe, Bob added helpfully, this would be an excellent moment to discuss revised ownership terms. The ambassador's advisor whispered something urgent in Kraxon. Elena's translator caught fragments about public relations disaster and unprecedented embarrassment. There's an easy solution here, Elena said, taking pity on the increasingly distressed aliens. One that saves face for everyone involved. She pulled up a proposal she'd been working on just in case something like this happened. Joint research initiative, shared credit for the discovery. You get access to the biological data you've been looking for, and I keep running the station my way. Plus, she added with a grin, I'll even teach your maintenance crews how to actually fix things instead of just replacing them. The Kraxon officials huddled together, speaking in rapid whispers. Finally, the ambassador turned back to her. Your proposal is not entirely unreasonable, they admitted. Though we would require certain conditions. Let me guess, Elena said. You want me to reinstall at least one quantum harmonization chamber? For old time's sake, the ambassador's scales flickered briefly to a shade her translator identified as embarrassed amusement. Perhaps, they conceded, we could learn something from human efficiency after all. 3 months later, no. Elena watched in horror as the Kraxon maintenance trainee reached for yet another replacement part. You don't need to replace the entire power coupling. Just clean the connector and recalibrate it. The trainee, a young cracksman named Tix Venn, looked at her with an expression of pure confusion. But the manual states that any component showing less than 99.9% efficiency must be replaced immediately, Fall told her partner. The manual also says you need 47 quantumization chambers, Elena replied, taking the expensive replacement part from their hands. Sometimes manuals are wrong. Watch. With practiced ease, she pulled out her toolkit, a mix of standard human tools and modified cracksman equipment, and began cleaning the power coupling. The other maintenance trainees gathered around, their scales shifting through various shades of fascination and disbelief. See? She held up the now functioning component. Good as new, and it cost about 1/10,000th of what a replacement would have. Most efficient, Bob commented from a nearby display. Though I feel compelled to note that this method does not appear in any Craxon maintenance documentation. That's because, came Ambassador Crixtol's voice from the doorway, we never considered that maintenance could be creative. Elena turned to see the ambassador entering the maintenance bay, looking far more relaxed than they had 3 months ago. The Joint Research Initiative had been a spectacular success, with both human and Craxon scientists making breakthrough discoveries about Europa's oceanic life forms. The High Council has reviewed the latest efficiency reports, the ambassador continued. They are impressed, though some members are still struggling with your refusal to reinstall at least some of the quantum harmonization chambers. I kept one, Elena said defensively. It makes great mood lighting in the recreation room. The station had evolved into something unique in the galaxy, a perfect blend of Craxon technology and human practicality. The research labs were producing better data than ever, the maintenance costs had stabilized at a fraction of their original levels, and the coffee was exceptional. The media is calling it the Martinez method, the ambassador said, examining a nearby display showing the latest biological readings from Europa's depths. Several other Craxon facilities are requesting similar consultations. The system realized their disquiet. Elena nearly dropped her wrench. They what? It seems, Bob chimed in, sounding amused, that your reputation for improving Craxon technology has spread. There are currently 147 requests for your services from various Craxon research installations. Though, the ambassador added quickly, seeing Elena's expression, we would prefer you focus on training others in your methods, rather than personally rebuilding every station in Craxon space. Elena looked around at her maintenance trainees, who were still staring at the cleaned power coupling like it was some kind of miracle. You know what? That might actually be fun. But I have conditions. Of course you do. The ambassador's scales flickered with what Elena had learned was their version of a resigned smile. First, every station gets a proper coffee maker. Second, no more replacing parts that can be fixed. And third, she grinned, Bob gets admin access to all station AIs. They could use some personality upgrades. I would be happy to assist my fellow AIs in developing a more efficient sense of humor, Bob said. The ambassador's scales went through several interesting color changes before settling on a shade that Elena's translator helpfully identified as amused acceptance. The High Council will probably need several meetings to process this request, they said, though I suspect they will agree. Your methods, while unconventional, have proven most effective. Speaking of effective, Elena said, turning back to her trainees, who wants to learn how to optimize a molecular reconstruction unit to make the perfect cup of coffee? As the young Craxon engineers gathered eagerly around her, Elena couldn't help but smile. Sometimes the best way to bridge the gap between advanced alien civilization and human ingenuity was one repaired power coupling and one perfect cup of coffee at a time. Bob, she called out, start the training log. Lesson 1, why duct tape is your new best friend. She finished homework in private and was happy to start her day. Recording, Bob replied cheerfully, though I feel compelled to note that referring to high tensile repair adhesive as duct tape may cause some cultural confusion. Trust me, Bob, Elena said, pulling out a fresh roll of silver tape. Some things are universal.
The Intergalactic Academy of Universal Knowledge was a marvel of architecture and intellect, nestled on the surface of Zerathion Prime, a planet known for its gravity-defying mountains and shimmering auroras that danced across its skies. The Academy was the pinnacle of education, attracting the brightest minds from across the galaxy. Humans, Zoltar, Thrixians, and dozens of other advanced species. Among these brilliant students was Xylar, a member of the Zoltar race, known for their unparalleled intelligence and technological prowess. The Zoltar thrived on logic, precision, and an innate ability to solve complex equations that would leave most other species baffled. Yet, despite this extraordinary aptitude, Xylar was grappling with something that seemed absurdly simple to others. It was the third week of the Advanced Intergalactic Mathematics course, a mandatory subject for all first-year students. The lecture halls were vast, with transparent walls that provided a breathtaking view of Zerathion's 3 suns orbiting in perfect harmony. Xylar, like every other student, sat in an anti-gravity chair, their 4 slender fingers nervously tapping on the holographic console in front of them. On the screen, a problem glowed in bright iridescent characters. Solve for x, 5x plus 0 equals 15. To most students, especially the humans, this was laughably simple. But for Xylar, the equation might as well have been written in an undecipherable ancient dialect. The stumbling block wasn't the arithmetic, it was the zero. The very concept of nothing was alien to the Zoltar mindset. Their entire culture was built around the idea that existence was constant. Even when something seemed absent, it was merely transformed into another state of being. The notion of nothingness was not only illogical, but fundamentally incomprehensible to them. Xylar stared at the problem, their elongated pupils narrowing in frustration. Around them, their classmates were finishing the task effortlessly. Emma, a human girl with a reputation for being both brilliant and quirky, leaned back in her chair, her holographic screen already blank, signaling she had completed the task. A faint smile played on her lips as she watched the struggling Zoltar. "Time's up!" The instructor, a stern-looking Thrixian with bioluminescent scales, announced. Their voice echoed across the hall. As the students submitted their answers, Xylar hesitated, their fingers hovering above the screen. With a deep sigh, they pressed the button to submit a blank response. It wasn't the first time, and it likely wouldn't be the last. When, after the lecture, Xylar trudged down the polished corridors of the academy. Their movements were slower than usual, their shoulders hunched in a way that betrayed their frustration. As they passed groups of students discussing the lesson, Xylar caught snippets of conversations. The humans seemed particularly pleased with themselves. They always, for Xylar, this only deepened the sting of failure. Back in their private quarters, Xylar activated the holographic projection system, replaying the day's lecture. The instructor's explanation of zero echoed through the room, but it was as though the words bounced off an invisible barrier in Xylar's mind. Zero, the instructor had said, is the representation of nothingness, a placeholder that allows us to perform operations and measure absence. Xylar's frustration bubbled over. They slammed a fist onto the console, causing the projection to flicker. "It doesn't make sense," they muttered to themselves, their voice tinged with exasperation. "How can there be nothing? Even in a vacuum, there's still energy, still particles. Nothing cannot exist." Their thoughts spiraled as they tried to reconcile the concept with their own worldview. To the Zoltar, every equation, every scientific principle was rooted in the idea that the universe was always full of something. The idea that zero could hold such significance in mathematics felt not just counterintuitive, but almost sacrilegious. The following day, during the instructor's office hours, Xylar mustered the courage to seek help. The Thrixian professor listened patiently as Xylar explained their difficulties, their words tumbling out in a mix of embarrassment and frustration. The professor, though sympathetic, offered little solace. "Xylar," they said, their voice calm and measured, "you're not the first Zoltar student to struggle with this. Your species has a unique way of understanding the universe, but here, in this academy, you must adapt. Mathematics is a universal language, and zero is one of its foundational principles. Perhaps a different perspective would help." The professor's suggestion led to Xylar being assigned a peer tutor, Emma. When Xylar received the notification, their initial reaction was disbelief. A human? Surely there were other Zoltar students, or at least Thrixians, who could provide guidance. But the Academy's system was firm, and refusing the help of a tutor would reflect poorly on Xylar's record. Later that evening, Xylar found themselves seated across from Emma in one of the Academy's communal study rooms. The human greeted them with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "So," she began, her voice light but confident, "you're the Zoltar who's been struggling with zero." Xylar bristled at her tone. "It's not a struggle," they retorted, their voice sharper than intended. "It's a difference in perspective." Emma didn't seem offended. Instead, she leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. "Fair enough, let's call it that. But if you're open to it, I think I can help. Zero isn't just about nothingness, it's about potential." Her words caught Xylar off guard. "Potential?" they echoed, their tones skeptical. Emma grinned. "Yup, think of it as a bridge. Zero connects things. It's what allows us to move between states, measure gaps, and create balance. It's not the absence of existence, it's a tool." Xylar stared at her, their skepticism warring with a flicker of curiosity. For the first time, they felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this human had something valuable to teach them after all. Emma sat across from Xylar in the softly glowing study room, her holographic tablet casting faint blue light onto her face. The human girl had an energy about her that Xylar found both irritating and strangely reassuring. Her quick smile and relaxed posture were in stark contrast to Xylar's tense demeanor. Xylar sat rigidly, their elongated fingers clasped tightly together, unwilling to admit that they were skeptical about this entire arrangement. The very idea of learning from a human felt, if not humiliating, at least deeply uncomfortable. "Okay, Xylar," Emma began, her tone casual but focused. "Let's start by clearing the air. Zero isn't some big, mysterious thing. It's just a concept. Something we made up to make sense of things that aren't there. But it's useful. Actually, it's more than useful. It's brilliant." Xylar's eyes narrowed slightly. The Zoltar species prided themselves on their logical approach to the universe, and they disliked the implication that their failure to understand something so simple was their own fault. Still, something in Emma's voice piqued their curiosity, and they gestured for her to continue. Emma leaned back, spinning her tablet in her hands like it was a toy. "Imagine this. You have a basket. You take an apple out of it. Now, what's left in the basket?" "Space," Xylar replied immediately. "A void where the apple once was. The basket is still there, and so is the space inside it. Nothing has truly disappeared." Emma grinned, clearly amused. "Exactly. That's how you see it. But humans, and a lot of other species, take it one step further. Instead of saying there's space or a void, we just call it zero. It's like shorthand. It lets us do all kinds of useful things, like keep track of things that are missing or measure how far apart things are. You see?" Xylar frowned, their brow furrowing in thought. The explanation wasn't entirely convincing, but it was clear Emma wasn't mocking them. If anything, she seemed genuinely excited to share her perspective. Reluctantly, Xylar nodded. "Go on." Taking this as a small victory, Emma began to sketch something on her tablet. She swiped her hand, and a holographic projection of a simple number line appeared between them. Xylar tilted their head, studying the floating image. Numbers stretched out in both directions, negative on one side, positive on the other, with zeros sitting directly in the center. This is how we humans think about numbers, Emma explained. Zero isn't just a place where nothing happens, it's the center of everything. It's the starting point, the balance. Without it, we couldn't figure out where anything begins or ends. Xylar studied the number line, their eyes tracing the way it extended infinitely in both directions. But why does it matter? They asked, their voice tinged with frustration. If zero is just a placeholder, why do you humans make such a big deal out of it? Emma tapped her chin thoughtfully. That's a fair question. But here's the thing. It's not just about placeholders. Zero lets us solve problems we couldn't even think about otherwise. Like this. Imagine you owe someone money. You're in debt. How do you measure how far you are from paying it off? Xylar blinked. Debt was a foreign concept to the Zoltar, who operated on a system of mutual exchange rather than currency. Still, they followed Emma's logic. I suppose you would measure the difference between what you owe and what you have? Exactly, Emma's eyes lit up with excitement. And zero is what happens when you've paid it all back. It's the balance point between having something and owing something. Without zero, we wouldn't be able to understand things like debt, symmetry, or even time. Time? Xylar repeated, their tone skeptical. What does time have to do with this? Emma leaned forward, her voice dropping slightly as if she were about to share a secret. Think about it. Every timeline has a starting point, right? For humans, we call it year zero, when everything began. It's not just a number, it's a marker, a way to keep track of everything that comes before and after. Without zero, we'd be lost in time. Xylar didn't respond immediately. They stared at the number line, their mind racing to connect the dots. The idea of using zero as a reference point, as a way to measure and organize reality, was both alien and strangely compelling. For the first time, they began to see why humans valued it so much. Emma seemed to sense the shift in Xylar's demeanor. She smiled softly and leaned back in her chair. Look, I know this isn't easy for you. Your people see the universe in a way that's totally different from ours. But that doesn't mean zero is wrong. It just means it's something new. And new things can be scary, right? Xylar nodded slowly, their usual confidence replaced by a cautious curiosity. Perhaps, but it still feels unnecessary. Why use zero when other concepts could serve the same purpose? Emma shrugged, her expression thoughtful. Maybe they could, but sometimes the simplest ideas are the most powerful. Zero might seem small, but it opens up a universe of possibilities. Without it, we wouldn't have calculus, computers, or even space travel. That last point caught Xylar's attention. Space travel? They asked, their voice sharp with interest. How does zero relate to space travel? Emma grinned, clearly pleased to have piqued their curiosity. Well, think about navigation. Every ship has a starting point, right? And when you're traveling between stars, you need to calculate distances, trajectories, and speeds. Zero is what helps us figure out where we are and where we're going. It's the anchor that keeps us from getting lost. Xylar considered this, their minds spinning with new possibilities. For the first time, they began to see zero not as an abstract human idea, but as a practical tool, something that could enhance their understanding of the universe. It was a humbling realization, but also an exhilarating one. As their study session continued, Xylar found themselves asking more questions, their initial skepticism giving way to genuine interest. Emma answered each one with patience and enthusiasm, her explanations weaving together logic, history, and human ingenuity. By the time their session ended, Xylar felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps zero wasn't so incomprehensible after all. Perhaps it was the key to unlocking a new way of thinking. As they left the study room, Xylar glanced at Emma and said, "Thank you. I think I understand a little better now." Emma's smile was warm and genuine. "Anytime, Xylar. We're just getting started. For the first time in weeks, Zylar felt a sense of possibility. The road ahead was still daunting, but with Emma's help, they were beginning to see that it was also full of potential. The interstellar competition hall was abuzz with activity. The towering crystalline walls refracted light in a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a mesmerizing display that rivaled the brilliance of the minds gathered within. Students from across the galaxy sat in their designated seats, their attention fixed on the floating holographic displays that projected the day's final challenge. Among them was Zylar, seated near the center of the hall, their normally confident posture stiff with tension. The Advanced Intergalactic Mathematics Championship was a revered event, one that tested not only the intellect of its participants, but their ability to adapt to unfamiliar concepts. For the Zoltar, whose species prided itself on precision and mastery, this competition was a point of honor. Zylar had entered the championship expecting to dominate, as was expected of someone from their race. Yet, here they were, struggling against something that no other Zoltar had ever encountered. A mathematical challenge rooted in the human concept of zero. As the proctor, an imposing Thrixian with scales that shimmered like molten gold, stepped forward to explain the final problem, Zylar felt their pulse quicken. The alien proctor's voice reverberated through the hall. Participants, you will now be presented with the ultimate equation. This task is designed to test your ability to solve for variables within a framework of universal mathematics. Remember, precision and understanding are key. The holographic displays lit up with a new problem. Solve for x. 3x plus 7 equals 7x plus 0. At first glance, the equation seemed simple, but Zylar's mind immediately stumbled over the presence of 0. Despite the weeks of tutoring with Emma, the concept still felt foreign, like a word from a language they couldn't quite speak fluently. Zylar's gaze flicked toward Emma, who sat in the audience with the other tutors. Her expression was calm and encouraging, her hands folded neatly in her lap. She met Zylar's eyes and gave a subtle nod as if to say, "You've got this." Zylar took a deep breath and focused on the equation. The numbers hovered in front of them, glowing faintly against the transparent backdrop of the display. Their fingers hovered over the controls of their tablet, but they hesitated. Every instinct told them to skip over the 0, to find a way around it. But Emma's voice echoed in their mind. 0 isn't an obstacle, it's a tool. Use it. Summoning their courage, Zylar began to work through the equation, step by step. They started by isolating the variables, subtracting terms from both sides to simplify the problem. As they moved through the calculations, the 0 loomed before them like a chasm they couldn't cross. Their hand faltered, and doubt crept in. Across the hall, Emma leaned forward in her seat, her heart pounding. She could see the hesitation in Zylar's movements, the way their shoulders tensed as they stared at the equation. She knew how much this moment meant to them, not just as a competitor, but as someone trying to break free from the constraints of their cultural understanding. Silently, she willed them to push forward. Zylar clenched their jaw, forcing themselves to focus. They remembered Emma's explanations, the example she had given them. 0 wasn't nothing, it was balance, a point of transition. Slowly, they began to see the problem differently. Instead of fearing the 0, they embraced it, using it to guide their calculations. With each step, their confidence grew. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Zylar reached the solution. X equals 0. They stared at the answer, their heart hammering in their chest. For a moment, they doubted themselves, wondering if they had made a mistake. But the logic was sound, the calculations clear. They had done it. Tentatively, they pressed the button to submit their answer. The room was silent as the proctor reviewed the results. The tension was palpable, every participant holding their breath as they waited for the announcement. Zylar's hands trembled slightly, their usually calm demeanor cracking under the weight of the moment. Finally, the proctor's voice rang out. "Correct," the single word echoed through the hall, followed by a wave of applause. Zylar's vision blurred as relief washed over them. They had done it. They had solved the problem using a concept that had once seemed impossible to comprehend. As the applause continued, Zylar glanced toward Emma. She was on her feet, clapping enthusiastically, her smile wide and proud. The competition concluded with Zylar receiving special recognition for their performance. As they stood on the stage, holding the crystalline award given to finalists, they felt a mixture of pride and humility. This victory wasn't just theirs, it was a testament to the power of learning and the strength of collaboration between species. Without Emma's guidance, they might never have reached this point. After the ceremony, Zylar approached Emma in the crowd. "Thank you," they said, their voice steady but soft. "I couldn't have done this without you." Emma smiled, her eyes warm with genuine affection. "You could've. You just needed a little push." Zylar shook their head. "No, it was more than that. You helped me see the universe differently. 0 isn't just a number, it's a new way of thinking, and that's something I'll never forget." The two walked out of the hall together, the vibrant lights of Zerathian Prime reflecting off the crystalline structures around them. For Zylar, the world felt different now. It was as though a veil had been lifted, revealing possibilities they had never considered before. The journey wasn't over. There was still much to learn. But for the first time, Zylar felt ready to face the challenges ahead. As they parted ways, Emma called out, "Hey, Zylar?" They turned, curious. "Yes?" Emma grinned. "Don't forget, 0 isn't the end. It's the beginning." Zylar smiled, the weight of those words settling into their mind. "I'll remember." And with that, they walked into the glowing twilight of Zerathian Prime, ready to embrace whatever came next. The days following the mathematics competition brought a subtle yet significant shift in Zylar's life. The hallways of the Intergalactic Academy of Universal Knowledge, once filled with indifferent glances or whispered speculations about the struggling Zoltar, now echoed with words of respect. Zylar had become something of a symbol, not just for their race, but for the entire academy. They were the student who had faced a seemingly insurmountable challenge and emerged victorious, not through arrogance or inherent brilliance, but through humility and the willingness to learn. For Zylar, however, the real change wasn't external, it was internal. The concept of 0, once an incomprehensible void, had become a powerful tool in their intellectual arsenal. It wasn't just about solving equations anymore, it was about seeing the universe through a new lens. 0 wasn't merely a number, it was a philosophy, a balance point that resonated across the fabric of reality. The realization had unlocked a curiosity in Zylar that they hadn't experienced before, and they found themselves revisiting problems they had once dismissed as unsolvable. One such problem was a long-standing puzzle in Zoltar science: the unification equation. It was a theoretical model meant to bridge the gap between the physical and metaphysical planes of existence, a holy grail of Zoltar intellectual pursuit. Generations of their species had worked on it, adding layers of complexity, but no one had been able to crack it. Zylar, now armed with a fresh perspective, felt a spark of determination. Perhaps the missing piece wasn't more complexity, but simplicity. Late one evening, Zylar sat in the Academy's quiet study hall, the vast space illuminated by the soft glow of holographic orbs floating overhead. Their console was littered with notes, equations, and diagrams, each one a fragment of the elusive unification equation. Emma had wandered by earlier, offering her usual cheerful encouragement before leaving Zylar to their work. Though Zylar appreciated her support, they knew this was a challenge they had to tackle alone. As they studied the equation, Zylar's mind kept returning to the principle Emma had emphasized during their tutoring sessions: 0 as a bridge, not an absence. They began to experiment, simplifying sections of the equation and introducing 0 as a balancing point. It was a painstaking process, requiring not only mathematical skill but the willingness to let go of deeply ingrained assumptions. Hours passed, and the study hall grew quieter as other students retired for the night. Zylar, however, remained immersed in their work, their long fingers dancing over the console as they tested one hypothesis after another. At times, frustration bubbled to the surface, but instead of giving in to despair, they paused, took deep breaths, and reminded themselves of the lessons they had learned. Failure wasn't the end. It was a step toward understanding. Finally, as the first light of Zerathion's 3 suns began to filter through the crystalline walls, Xylar's console emitted a soft chime. The equation on the screen had resolved, its once disjointed elements converging into a harmonious whole. Xylar stared at it in disbelief, their heart pounding. Could it be true? Had they really solved the unification equation? Their initial instinct was to doubt the result, but the logic held. 0 had been the key, a missing piece that had brought balance to the equation. A wave of exhilaration washed over Xylar, followed by a profound sense of humility. This wasn't just their achievement. It was the culmination of centuries of effort by their ancestors, combined with the insights they had gained from Emma and her human perspective. The news of Xylar's breakthrough spread quickly. By midday, the Academy's main hall was filled with students, faculty, and even visiting dignitaries from across the galaxy. The unification equation had been a topic of debate and speculation for so long that its resolution felt almost mythical. Xylar stood on the stage, their usually reserved demeanor replaced by a quiet confidence. They explained their process, emphasizing not only the mathematical steps, but the philosophical shift that had made it possible. As they spoke, Xylar's gaze found Emma in the crowd. She was beaming, her pride evident. Though she didn't seek the spotlight, Xylar made sure to credit her contributions. This achievement, they said, their voice steady but filled with emotion, would not have been possible without the guidance of a human who showed me that understanding isn't about clinging to what we know. It's about opening ourselves to new possibilities. Now, the crowd erupted into applause, and for the first time, Xylar felt truly at home among the diverse community of the Academy. They had not only bridged a gap in mathematics, but also in understanding between species. It was a moment of connection, a reminder that collaboration could transcend even the most ingrained differences. In the days that followed, Xylar's work was celebrated across the galaxy. Their solution to the unification equation sparked a wave of new research, with scientists and philosophers from every corner of the universe exploring its implications. For the Zoltar, it was a source of immense pride, but it was also a humbling reminder that even their advanced knowledge could be enriched by the perspectives of others. As for Xylar, they continued to grow, both as a scholar and as an individual. Their friendship with Emma deepened, built on mutual respect and a shared curiosity about the universe. Together, they tackled new challenges, each one a testament to the power of collaboration and the endless possibilities that arose when minds from different worlds came together. One evening, as they sat on a balcony overlooking the Academy's shimmering gardens, Emma turned to Xylar and said, "Do you ever think about how much has changed since we first met?" Xylar nodded, a faint smile playing on their lips. "All the time. If someone had told me that a human would change the way I see the universe, I would have dismissed it as absurd. But now, I can't imagine going back to the way things were." Emma grinned, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "So, does this mean you finally admit that humans aren't as primitive as you thought?" Xylar chuckled, a sound that was rare but genuine. "I'll admit this much. Humans have a way of surprising even the most stubborn Zoltar." The two friends laughed, the sound carrying into the night. Above them, the stars shone brightly, a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the infinite possibilities it held for those willing to explore it together. The Academy's gardens were alive with the vibrant hum of life, a blend of alien flora glowing softly in the evening light. Xylar walked slowly along one of the crystalline paths, their hands clasped behind their back. The past few weeks had been transformative, not just for them, but for the entire Academy. Their breakthrough with the unification equation had sparked a wave of inspiration among students and faculty alike, transcending the cultural and intellectual boundaries that had once seemed insurmountable. Yet, despite the accolades and attention, Xylar found themselves drawn to quiet reflection. They had always been proud of their Zoltar heritage, their species' reputation for intellectual supremacy, but the journey of understanding Zero had reshaped their perspective. For the first time, Xylar saw knowledge not as a fixed construct, but as an ever-expanding horizon, shaped by the contributions of many. As they reached the edge of the gardens, Xylar paused to gaze at the Academy's central spire, its crystalline surface reflecting the light of Zerathion's 3 suns. This place, once just another academic institution, now felt like home. It wasn't the grandeur of the architecture or the prestige of the Academy that brought this sense of belonging. It was the people. Emma's face came to mind, her mischievous grin and unshakable determination. She had been a catalyst for Xylar's transformation, and they owed her more than they could ever express. The sound of footsteps drew Xylar's attention. Turning, they saw Emma approaching, her usual relaxed demeanor tempered by a quiet intensity. She carried a small tablet under her arm, and her hair glowed faintly in the reflected light of the garden's bioluminescent plants. Xylar couldn't help but smile at the sight of her. Emma had become more than a tutor or a friend. She was a partner in discovery, someone who had opened doors Xylar hadn't even known existed. "Thought I'd find you here," Emma said as she came to stand beside Xylar. She held up the tablet, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "I've got something for you." Curious, Xylar accepted the tablet and activated the display. A series of equations filled the screen, accompanied by detailed annotations. At first glance, it seemed to be another complex mathematical problem, but as Xylar studied it, their expression shifted. This wasn't just a problem. It was a proposal. "This is," Xylar began, their voice trailing off as they absorbed the implications. "A joint project," Emma finished. She leaned against a nearby crystalline pillar, her arms crossed. I've been thinking about how your solution to the unification equation could be applied to practical systems. What if we used it to design a new model for interstellar navigation? Something that doesn't just rely on traditional coordinates, but Xylar's mind raced. The idea was ambitious, even audacious, but it was also brilliant. Traditional navigation systems were rooted in fixed coordinates, often struggling with the vast and dynamic nature of the universe. A system that embraced Zero as a balancing point, as a means of recalibrating and adapting in real time, could overcome those limitations. "This could change everything," Xylar said softly, their voice tinged with awe. They looked at Emma, their admiration for her growing even deeper. "You never stop surprising me." Emma shrugged, though her smile betrayed her pride. "That's what humans do, right? Surprise people." The two spent hours discussing the project, their ideas flowing freely as they built on each other's insights. For Xylar, it was a reminder of how far they had come. The rigid certainty of their early days at the Academy had given way to a fluid, collaborative approach to problem solving. They no longer saw knowledge as something to be guarded or hoarded, but as a gift to be shared. As the night deepened, the conversation shifted to more personal matters. Xylar found themselves reflecting on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the lessons they had learned. "You know," they said, their tone thoughtful, "when I first arrived here, I thought I had all the answers. I thought being Zoltar meant I didn't need to learn from anyone else, but now I see how wrong I was. You've taught me that strength isn't just about what you know, it's about what you're willing to learn." Emma's expression softened, and she placed a hand on Xylar's shoulder. "And you've taught me that even the smartest people can grow. The important thing is being open to it. I think that's what makes this place special. It's not about where you're from or what you already know. It's about what we can discover together." Their words hung in the air, a quiet affirmation of the bond they had forged. For Xylar, it was a moment of clarity, a realization that their time at the Academy was about more than personal achievement. It was about contributing to something greater, about building bridges between species and perspectives. In the weeks that followed, Xylar and Emma's project gained traction. With the support of the Academy, they began developing prototypes for the new navigation system, collaborating with experts from a dozen different species. The work was challenging, but it was also exhilarating, a constant reminder of the possibilities that arose when minds from different worlds came together. The final test of their system took place aboard the Stellar Horizon, one of the Academy's most advanced research vessels. As Xylar and Emma stood side by side on the ship's bridge, watching the navigation display light up with their calculations, they felt a shared sense of accomplishment. The system worked seamlessly. As the crew erupted into applause, Xylar turned to Emma, their expression a mixture of pride and gratitude. "We did it," they said, their voice steady but filled with emotion. Emma grinned, her eyes shining. "We sure did." The success of their project marked a new chapter, not just for Xylar and Emma, but for the Academy and the wider galaxy. Their work became a symbol of what could be achieved through collaboration, a testament to the power of shared knowledge and mutual respect. In the years that followed, Xylar continued to grow as a scholar and a leader, their contributions leaving an indelible mark on the Academy. And though their paths occasionally diverged, their friendship with Emma remained a constant, a reminder of the journey they had shared. Standing on the Academy's observation deck one evening, Xylar gazed out at the endless expanse of stars. For the first time, they truly understood the beauty of the universe. Not just as a collection of celestial bodies, but as a tapestry of connections, each one shaped by the countless perspectives that made it whole. And at the center of it all, like a quiet, unassuming anchor, was zero, a simple concept that had unlocked infinite possibilities.
Dr. Amanda Mitchell stared at her quantum oscillation readings, her coffee growing cold beside the holographic display. Something wasn't right. The patterns she'd been monitoring from the Lunar Research Station showed distinct irregularities, patterns too precise to be natural background radiation. "Hey Marcus, take a look at this," she called to her research partner, Dr. Marcus Reynolds, who was calibrating the deep space sensors nearby. "These signatures appear artificial." Marcus adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses and leaned over her workstation. "That's impossible. We're monitoring empty space between Mars and Jupiter. There shouldn't be anything out there generating quantum fluctuations." "Exactly." Amanda pulled up 3 months of archived data. But look at the regularity. Every 48 hours, like clockwork. Whatever this is, it's been watching us. The realization hit them both simultaneously. They weren't detecting natural phenomena. They were picking up cloaked observation posts. Their new quantum detection array, designed to study dark matter, had accidentally revealed something far more significant. Within hours, Mission Control in Houston was buzzing with activity. Amanda found herself video conferencing with military officials, NASA administrators, and government representatives from every major spacefaring nation. "You're telling me we've had aliens watching us this whole time?" General Richard Hayes leaned forward in his chair, his image slightly distorted by the quantum encrypted feed. "How many observation posts are we talking about?" "At least 15 that we've confirmed," Amanda replied, bringing up a map of the solar system. Red dots appeared at various strategic points. They're positioned to monitor all our major communications channels: radio, microwave, even our quantum experiments. Dr. James Cooper from the European Space Agency spoke up. "The implications are staggering. They've been intercepting and analyzing everything we broadcast." Amanda nodded, but a slight smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Yes, but they made one crucial mistake. They never considered we'd developed technology that could detect their quantum signatures. They thought they were completely invisible." The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Humanity had accidentally leapfrogged ahead of their watchers in at least one crucial technology. "What are our options?" asked Dr. Sarah Martinez, the head of NASA's Quantum Research Division. Amanda took a deep breath. "I have a proposal. It's radical, but it might be our best chance." She pulled up a new simulation. "We've been developing quantum communication technology that operates on principles completely different from anything we're detecting from their observation posts. If we switch all our communications to this new system, we go dark." Marcus finished her thought. From their perspective, Earth would simply fall silent. General Hayes frowned. Wouldn't that just convince them to take a closer look? Maybe even intervene? Not necessarily, Amanda countered. We've been analyzing their observation patterns. They're extremely methodical, almost predictable. Their entire approach suggests a civilization that relies heavily on established protocols. If we do this right, we can use their own methodical nature against them. The next 12 hours were a blur of preparation. Amanda's team worked frantically to distribute quantum communication nodes to key facilities worldwide. They had to coordinate the largest technological shift in human history, and they had to do it without alerting their watchers. At exactly 300 UTC, Amanda stood before her team in the Lunar Research Station's main control room. Screens showed similar scenes playing out in control centers around the world. In 4 minutes, humanity would attempt something unprecedented. Final checklist complete, Marcus announced. All facilities report ready for transition. Amanda looked at the countdown timer. Remember, everyone, the moment we switch to quantum comm, we'll be operating in true silence. No traditional signals of any kind can be allowed to leak. We have to make this look like a complete technological shutdown. The timer reached 0. Amanda took one last look at the conventional communication displays, knowing this would be a moment historians would study for centuries, assuming their plan worked. Execute Operation Darkstar. Across Earth and throughout the solar system, humanity's countless transmissions, from radio and television to satellite signals and space communications, winked out in perfect synchronization. To any watching eyes, it would appear as if human civilization had simply switched off. In the sudden quiet of their new quantum communications network, Amanda watched as the alien observation posts registered the change. Their quantum signatures shifted, suggesting increased activity. First contact was coming, she knew, but now it would happen on humanity's terms. And now, she whispered to herself, we wait to see who blinks first. Colonel James Harrison stood at the viewport of Mars Forward Base, watching the stars with newfound wariness. 3 weeks had passed since Earth initiated the blackout, and the alien observation posts had shifted position 4 times, each movement betraying growing concern. Sir, we've detected new quantum signatures approaching from the Kuiper Belt. Lieutenant Sarah Foster reported from her monitoring station. Configuration matches none of the previous observation posts. Harrison moved to the holographic display, studying the incoming data. How many? 7 vessels, sir, larger than anything we've seen so far. Based on their quantum wake, they're pushing some serious gravitational drives. The colonel allowed himself a grim smile. Earth's silence had finally drawn the attention of someone higher up their watcher's chain of command. Through quantum channels, he contacted Houston Command. General Hayes, this is Harrison. Looks like we got company coming to check on their quiet neighbors. Acknowledged, Colonel. Continue monitoring, but maintain absolute silence on all traditional channels. How's the phase shield testing proceeding? Harrison glanced at the experimental device humming quietly in the corner of the command center. Dr. Reynolds' team says we're ready for field testing. If these new visitors try scanning the base, they're in for a surprise. The alien vessels took up position around Mars, their quantum signatures pulsing with active scanning patterns. Harrison watched as his base, protected by the experimental phase shield, appeared to fade from normal spacetime, just enough to become undetectable. Multiple scanning attempts detected, Foster announced. They're using everything from basic electromagnetic to advanced quantum imaging. She paused, checking her readings twice. Sir, they're getting nothing. The phase shield is working perfectly. Throughout the base, personnel moved with practiced silence, their movements carefully choreographed to maintain the illusion of abandonment. They drilled for this, but doing it under actual alien surveillance added an edge no training could replicate. Harrison's quantum communicator chimed softly. Colonel, we're picking up some interesting transmissions between their vessels. Dr. Emily Parker, their xenolinguistics expert reported. They're using what they think is an unbreakable quantum encryption, but thanks to Dr. Mitchell's breakthrough, we're reading them clear as day. What are they saying? They're concerned, very concerned. Apparently, Earth's sudden silence breaks every pattern they've observed in developing civilizations. Some are arguing for immediate intervention. Others want to maintain their non-interference protocols. A new alert flashed across the command screens. 3 of the alien vessels were breaking formation, heading toward Earth. They're launching what appear to be automated probe platforms, Foster reported. Extremely sophisticated stealth technology, but we can track their quantum signatures easily. Harrison opened a channel to all Earth bases. All stations, implement Protocol Silent Thunder. I repeat, Protocol Silent Thunder is now active. Across the solar system, hidden human facilities activated their phase shields. One by one, humanity's outposts disappeared from normal spacetime, leaving their watchers to find nothing but empty buildings and powered-down equipment. "Sir," Foster called out, excitement creeping into her professional tone. "You need to see this. The alien vessels, they're arguing with each other. Their quantum signatures are showing signs of agitation." Harrison watched as the alien fleet's formation became erratic. Their scanning patterns grew increasingly desperate, searching for any sign of human activity. But Earth and its colonies remained silent, hidden behind technology their watchers hadn't even theorized possible. General Hayes, Harrison reported through quantum channels, Phase 1 is complete. The visitors are officially spooked. Excellent work, Colonel. Maintain current protocols. Let them stew in their uncertainty for a while longer. As the alien vessels continued their fruitless search, Harrison reflected on humanity's unusual position. For the first time in recorded history, an emerging civilization had managed to slip through their watchers' fingers, not through defeat or destruction, but through technological transcendence. "Sir," Foster interrupted his thoughts, "we're detecting more quantum signatures entering the system. Much larger fleet this time." Harrison nodded, unsurprised. "Looks like we've got the Galactic Council's attention. Good. Time to show them that humanity's silence isn't a sign of weakness. It's a declaration of strength." He watched as more alien ships appeared around Mars, their quantum signatures betraying their confusion and concern. Earth's silence had turned into humanity's greatest weapon, and they hadn't fired a single shot. Lieutenant Kate Reynolds checked her phase shift suit's quantum indicators one final time as the ghost ship Shadowdancer slid through space undetected. Her 6-person infiltration team sat ready in the deployment bay, each member handpicked for humanity's first covered operation beyond the solar system. Phase integrity at 100%. Commander Mark Stevens reported from his pilot station. "We're approaching the alien research station. Their quantum signatures suggest minimal activity." Kate nodded, her helmet displaying a real-time feed of the massive structure floating before them. The station's elegant crystalline architecture highlighted just how advanced their watchers were, or thought they were. "Remember, team," Kate addressed her squad through quantum comms, "we're here to gather intelligence only. No engagement unless absolutely necessary. These phase shift suits make us completely invisible to their sensors, but we still don't know all their detection capabilities." The Shadowdancer eased alongside the station, its advanced phase shift technology rendering it as invisible as its crew. Through their quantum sensors, they watched alien crew members going about their duties, completely unaware of humanity's presence. "Docking interface engaged," Stevens announced. "Ready for phase shift insertion in 3, 2, 1. Kate felt the familiar tingle as her suit synchronized with the ship's phase field. She led her team through the station's hull, their partially shifted state allowing them to pass through solid matter, as if it were mist. "Quantum signatures are holding steady," reported Lieutenant James Chen, their technical specialist. "Station security systems show no sign of detecting our presence." The team moved through the station's corridors like ghosts, passing alien crew members close enough to touch. Kate's suit translated and displayed their conversations in real time, building a comprehensive picture of the station's purpose. "Captain," Chen called out softly, "you need to see this. I've found their primary data core." Kate followed him into a vast chamber filled with crystalline data storage structures. Chen interfaced his suit's quantum systems with the alien technology, careful to maintain their invisibility. "This isn't just a research station," he reported, his voice tense with discovery. "It's a monitoring hub for multiple species. They'd been doing this for thousands of years, identifying promising civilizations, and," he paused, "guiding their development." "Guiding how?" Kate asked, though she suspected the answer. "Through orchestrated interventions, wars, technological discoveries, cultural shifts, all carefully managed to produce specific outcomes." Chen pulled up more data. Earth was next on their list. They had plans to orchestrate a global crisis that would unite humanity under their influence. Kate felt her jaw clench. Download everything. Every file, every plan, every species they've manipulated. How long do you need? With our quantum storage systems, 5 minutes. As Chen worked, Kate's team continued securing their exit route. Everything was going smoothly, too smoothly. "Captain," Sergeant Sarah Wilson's voice crackled through the quantum comm. "We've got movement. Large group of security personnel heading toward the data core. They're armed." Kate checked her tactical display. "Did they detect us?" "Negative. Looks like a scheduled security patrol, but they'll be here in 2 minutes." "Chen, 3 minutes minimum for the download." Kate made her decision. "Hold positions. Remember, we're operating in a shifted phase state. They literally cannot see or touch us unless we allow it." The security team entered the data core, their weapons ready but pointed at nothing. Kate and her team stood absolutely still as the aliens moved through them, an experience that tested every nerve they had. "Download complete," Chen whispered after what felt like hours. "Excellent. Team, fall back to extraction point. Silent protocol all the way out." They retraced their steps through the station, carrying with them the evidence of thousands of years of manipulation. Earth's silence had given them the perfect cover to learn the truth about their would-be overlords. Back aboard the Shadowdancer, Kate transmitted their findings through secure quantum channels to Earth Command. "Mission accomplished. Command. You're not going to believe what we found." "Good work, Lieutenant," General Hayes responded. "Return to base immediately. It's time to move to the next phase of operations." As the Shadowdancer disappeared into the darkness of space, Kate looked back at the alien station. Its inhabitants had no idea that their carefully managed galaxy was about to change forever, all because humanity had learned to embrace the silence. Professor David Walker paced in his underground laboratory beneath the Rocky Mountains, watching as his latest quantum-entangled matter transmission test powered up. After 3 months of Earth's self-imposed silence, his team had achieved something revolutionary. "Primary quantum matrix stable," Dr. Rebecca Morgan announced from her control station. "Matter stream coherence at 98%. That's 12 points higher than our last attempt." David nodded, his eyes fixed on the test chamber where a small potted plant sat waiting. "Begin transmission sequence. Let's see if we can move something living this time." The air around the plant shimmered as quantum fields enveloped it. On the other side of the lab, an identical field formed in the receiving chamber. The plant disappeared from one spot and materialized in the other, its leaves still swaying from the transfer. "Bio readings are perfect," Rebecca reported, excitement breaking through her professional demeanor. "Complete molecular reconstruction with 0 degradation. David, we did it." Before they could celebrate, alarms blared through the facility. Unknown vessels detected entering Earth space. The quantum AI announced. Multiple signatures match mining fleet configurations. David rushed to the quantum monitoring station. A fleet of massive alien ships had appeared near Saturn's rings, their industrial quantum signatures suggesting resource gathering equipment. "They're not supposed to be here," Rebecca said, pulling up the sensor data. This sector was marked as restricted in the files Lieutenant Reynolds' team recovered. David opened a quantum channel to Space Command. General Hayes, are you seeing this? We are, Professor. Looks like some independent operators decided to take advantage of Earth's silence. They probably think we've wiped ourselves out or abandoned the system. Sir, request permission to field test the quantum matter transmission system. We've just achieved stable transport of biological matter. A pause. Approved, Professor. Show them why it's unwise to trespass in human space. David turned to his team. Prep the main quantum transmitter. Time to test this on a larger scale. Within minutes, the alien fleet began its approach towards Saturn's rings, their mining equipment powering up. They never noticed the quantum fields forming around their ships. Quantum lock established, Rebecca reported. Matter stream coherence holding at 97%. Ready for transmission. David took a deep breath. Execute. In an instant, the entire alien fleet vanished from Saturn's orbit. They reappeared seconds later near Pluto, their ships perfectly intact, but now facing the wrong direction. Transmission successful, Rebecca confirmed. Biosigns from all vessels show no adverse effects. They're completely fine, just very confused. Through their quantum sensors, they watched as the alien fleet scrambled to understand what had happened. Their confusion turned to panic as they realized they'd been moved billions of kilometers instantly, without any explanation. Should we send them back? Rebecca asked, trying to hide her grin. No need, David replied. They're already leaving at maximum speed. I don't think they'll be back. General Hayes' voice came through the quantum comm. Outstanding work, Professor. The Council's observation posts just went crazy trying to figure out what happened. As far as they can tell, those ships just teleported. David studied the quantum readings from the test. Sir, with some scaling up, we could transport entire space stations, maybe even small moons. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. How soon can you start installing these systems on our defense platforms? Give me 2 weeks. We'll have complete coverage of the solar system. As his team began preparations for the defense grid upgrade, David watched the alien fleet's retreat on the quantum monitors. Earth's silence had given them the time they needed to perfect this technology, and now they had something no other species possessed: true matter transmission. Professor, Rebecca called out, we're getting interesting readings from the Council observation posts. They're pulling back to the outer system. I think we scared them. David smiled. Good. Let them wonder what else we've developed during our silence. The galaxy's about to learn that humanity isn't just another species to be guided or controlled. Through the quantum channels, reports began coming in from other research stations. New breakthroughs, new technologies, all developed under the cover of Earth's silence. The galaxy had no idea what was coming, and that was exactly how humanity wanted it. Admiral Jessica Thompson stood on the bridge of the Nightshade, humanity's first quantum-powered carrier, watching as her fleet of 30 ships materialized in the Proxima Centauri system. The quantum matter transmission had worked flawlessly, placing each vessel in perfect formation. All ships report successful transit. Commander Robert Chen announced, phase shields operating at full capacity. We remain undetected. Jessica nodded, studying the holographic display showing their first extrasolar colony site. Status of the construction platforms. Ready for deployment. Admiral, settlement pods are prepped and loaded with the first wave of colonists. Through quantum communications, similar reports flowed in from other fleet groups. Operation Silent Spring was proceeding exactly as planned. Humanity's first major expansion beyond Sol, completely hidden from galactic observation. Admiral, Lieutenant Mark Stevens called out urgently, we're detecting quantum signatures approaching the system. Multiple vessels, not Council affiliated. The tactical display lit up with new contacts. 2 alien fleets emerged from hyperspace, weapons already firing at each other. Their quantum signatures identified them as the Larimer and Nexus factions, their civil war now threatening to engulf Proxima Centauri. Status of our colonists, Jessica demanded. Still in quantum stasis. Admiral, settlement pods haven't been deployed yet. Jessica opened a fleet-wide quantum channel. All ships, implement protocol Ghostwalker. Prepare for emergency evacuation operations. The human fleet, still cloaked by their phase shields, moved into position around the battling alien armadas. Neither side had any idea they were about to witness something unprecedented. Quantum fields established, Commander Chen reported. Ready for mass transmission. Jessica watched as the alien vessels continued their battle, their weapons fire illuminating the space around them. Begin evacuation sequence. Priority on civilian ships. Through their quantum sensors, they identified multiple civilian vessels caught in the crossfire. One by one, these ships vanished, transported safely to the edge of the system through quantum matter transmission. Civilian evacuation complete, Chen announced. Both sides are scanning for the missing ships. They're showing signs of confusion and concern. Good. Now for Phase 2. Target the weapon platforms on both sides. The Nightshade's quantum systems locked onto the primary weapon systems of both fleets. In a cascade of quantum transfers, the weapons simply disappeared, reappearing as inert masses of metal floating near the system's outer boundary. All major weapons successfully removed. Stevens reported. Both fleets are standing down, their quantum signatures showing rapid power fluctuations. They're panicking, Admiral. Jessica allowed herself a small smile. Open a quantum channel to both fleet commanders. Audio only. Channel open. This is a message to both Larimer and Nexus forces, Jessica announced. Her voice carried through quantum channels that neither side could trace or block. Your civilian ships have been moved to safety. Your weapons have been neutralized. This system is now under protection. You have 30 minutes to retreat before we demonstrate our capabilities further. The alien fleets hung in space, their quantum signatures betraying their confusion and fear. Then, one by one, they began to withdraw, their mighty warships reduced to powerless transports by an unseen force. All hostile forces retreating, Chen confirmed. The system is clear. Jessica nodded. Resume colony deployment and send word to Earth Command. Tell them Operation Silent Spring is proceeding as planned, with an unexpected bonus. We've just established our first protectorate. As the settlement pods began their descent to the chosen colony site, Jessica reflected on how far humanity had come. In less than 6 months, they had gone from a species under observation to one capable of stopping an alien civil war without firing a shot. Admiral, Stevens called out, "We're detecting quantum transmissions between the retreating fleets. They're spreading the word about what happened here." "Perfect," Jessica replied. "Let them talk. Let them wonder. The galaxy needs to understand that humanity's silence wasn't the end of our story. It was just the beginning." The Nightshade's quantum sensors detected more Council observation posts appearing at the system's edge, drawn by reports of the incident. They would find no trace of human activity, no sign of the force that had so easily ended a battle between two advanced civilizations. Earth's silent fleet had made its first move, and the galaxy would never be the same. Special Agent Michael Cooper materialized inside the Grand Commerce Station of the Galactic Council, his phase shift suit making him as invisible as a ghost. After 6 months of Earth's silence, humanity's deep reconnaissance program had infiltrated every major alien facility in the local sector. Central control room secured. Agent Lisa Parker reported through quantum comms. "Security systems remain unaware of our presence. You're clear to begin data extraction." Michael moved through the crowded station, passing mere inches from alien beings of countless species. Their conversations, translated in real time by his suit's quantum AI, painted a picture of growing unease throughout the galaxy. "Did you hear about the Proxima incident?" A tall crystalline being asked its companion. An entire battle fleet's weapons simply vanished. The counsel is in chaos trying to explain it. Michael smiled beneath his helmet. Admiral Thompson's intervention had caused exactly the kind of confusion Earth Command had hoped for. He approached the station's primary data core, his quantum interface ready to begin the hack. Hold position. Lisa's voice crackled. We've got a council meeting starting in the main chamber. High-level officials present. Hatch me into the feed, Michael ordered, changing course toward the meeting room. The council chamber was packed with representatives from dozens of species. Michael found a position near the speaker's platform, his suit recording everything. The situation has become untenable, the Grand Speaker announced, their bioluminescent form pulsing with concern. First, the humans go silent. Then their colonies vanish. Now we have reports of impossible technologies being used throughout the sector. Perhaps it's time we admitted our mistake. Another council member suggested. Our observation protocols failed. While we watched them through primitive electromagnetic scanning, they developed quantum technology that surpassed our own. Michael's quantum scanner picked up a surge of data flowing through the station's networks. Lisa, are you seeing this? Affirmative. They're accessing the Uplift archives, getting classified files on Earth. The council chamber's holographic display lit up with images of Earth, recorded over decades of secret observation. Michael felt his blood run cold as he watched their plans unfold, the carefully orchestrated crisis they had planned, the manipulations they would have used to guide humanity's development. Sir, Lisa's voice carried a note of urgency. New files being accessed. There, they're pulling up the failed Uplift records. Michael watched as new images appeared. Worlds burned, civilizations collapsed, species extinct. All victims of failed guidance attempts by the council. Emergency abort, Michael transmitted to his team. Download everything from the archives and prepare for immediate extraction. Earth Command needs to see this now. As his team worked, the council continued their debate, unaware that representatives of their latest project stood among them, witnessing their true nature. The humans have achieved what no other species has managed, the Grand Speaker concluded. They've broken free of our observation without destroying themselves. The question now is, what are they planning? Michael's quantum communicator pulsed. Data extraction complete. Lisa reported. All teams ready for quantum transmission. Execute transmission, Michael ordered. In an instant, his team vanished from the station, the stolen data secure in their quantum storage systems. Back at Earth Command, Michael delivered his report to General Hayes and the Joint Chiefs. The quantum recordings played out before them, showing the council's true face. They'd done this dozens of times, Michael explained. Find a promising species, engineer a crisis, then sweep in as saviors bearing advanced technology. Those who accept their guidance become client states. Those who resist. He gestured to the images of dead worlds. General Hayes studied the data with a grim expression. And now they're afraid because their plans for Earth were disrupted by our silence. Yes, sir. But more than that, they're afraid because we've demonstrated capabilities they can't understand or counter. Every failed uplift in their records involved species that fought back. We're the first to simply vanish. Good, Hayes nodded. Let them worry. Let them wonder. Phase 7 begins tomorrow. And then they'll learn why humanity's silence was just the calm before the storm. Michael looked at the stolen council data. Evidence of countless civilizations manipulated or destroyed by their would-be benefactors. Soon, the galaxy would learn that humanity had no intention of becoming another failed uplift statistic. General Thomas Wright stood in Earth Command's Quantum Operations Center, watching as the Arcturian battle fleet emerged from hyperspace at the edge of the solar system. After 8 months of human silence, the most aggressive species in the Council had finally lost patience. 117 vessels detected, Colonel Sarah Martinez reported. Energy signatures suggest planet-killer class weapons. They're not here for diplomacy. Sir. Thomas nodded, his expression calm despite the threat. Status of our defense grid. quantum matter transmitters at full power, phase shields operating at maximum efficiency. The Arcturians can't detect any of our preparations. The massive alien fleet moved forward, their formation spreading out to surround Earth. Their quantum signatures pulsed with weapon energy, preparing for what they assumed would be a swift conquest of a primitive world. "Message incoming," Lieutenant John Parker announced. "They're broadcasting on all frequencies." The Arcturian commander appeared on the main screen, their crystalline exoskeleton gleaming with bioluminescent patterns. "People of Earth, your silence ends today. Submit to Arcturian guidance or face extinction. You have one planetary rotation to respond." Thomas opened a quantum channel to all Earth forces. "All units, prepare to execute Operation Checkmate. Remember, we're not here to start a war. We're here to prevent one." The Arcturian fleet launched their first wave of automated probes toward Earth. Each probe carried enough firepower to level a city, but they never reached their targets. As they crossed the quantum defense perimeter, they simply vanished. Probes successfully transmitted to holding facility on Mars, Martins reported. Arcturian fleet showing signs of confusion. They're launching a second wave. Wave after wave of probes disappeared, transported safely away by Earth's quantum technology. The Arcturian fleet's formation began to show signs of disorder as their weapons proved useless. "Sir," Parker called out, "they're charging their primary planet killer weapons. Energy readings are off the scale." Thomas allowed himself a small smile. "Time to show them why silence is golden." Execute Phase 2. Across the solar system, hidden quantum transmitters activated. The Arcturian fleet's weapon systems began to vanish, piece by piece, transmitted to secure facilities throughout human space. The alien vessels hung powerless, their quantum signatures fluctuating with panic. All major weapons successfully removed. Martinez confirmed. The fleet is effectively neutralized. "Open a channel to their flagship," Thomas ordered. "Let's explain their situation." The Arcturian commander appeared again, their bioluminescence patterns showing clear signs of distress. Before they could speak, Thomas held up his hand. "Your weapons have been safely relocated," he stated calmly. "Your probes are secured. Your fleet is defenseless, but your crews are unharmed. This is not an act of war, it's a demonstration." "Impossible," the Arcturian hissed. "No species at your development level could achieve this." "That's where you're wrong. Earth's silence wasn't a sign of weakness or submission, it was preparation. While you watched our old transmissions, we transcended every limitation you thought we had." Warning signals blared as the Arcturian fleet attempted to retreat. Their engines flared, but their ships remained stationary, held in place by quantum fields they couldn't detect or understand. "We're releasing your fleet now," Thomas continued. "Return to your space and deliver this message to the Council. Earth does not require guidance. We have chosen our own path." The quantum fields released their hold. The Arcturian fleet fled in disarray, their mighty armada humbled without a single shot fired. As they disappeared into hyperspace, Thomas opened a channel to Earth Command. "Operation Checkmate complete," he reported. "The Arcturians have been successfully deterred." "Excellent work, General," President Chen responded. "How long until they return with reinforcements?" "They won't, sir. We didn't just defeat their fleet. We shattered their understanding of what's possible. The galaxy is about to learn that humanity's silence wasn't submission to their rules. It was us writing our own." Above Earth, the quantum defense grid hummed quietly, invisible to traditional sensors, but more powerful than any weapon. Humanity had transformed Grand Council Chamber's speaking platform, her quantum-enhanced diplomatic suit allowing her to appear simultaneously before representatives of over 300 species. After 9 months of silence, humanity was finally ready to speak. "Distinguished members of the Galactic Council," she began, her words translated perfectly into every language present. "Earth thanks you for this audience. We understand our silence has caused concern." The chamber buzzed with murmurs. The Grand Speaker's crystalline form shifted colors rapidly. Concern. You've disrupted the natural order. Ships vanish. Weapons disappear. Battles end without explanation. And now you simply request an audience as if we were equals. Rachel interrupted smoothly. That's precisely why we're here. She gestured, and quantum projectors activated throughout the chamber, displaying scenes from the past 9 months. We discovered your observation posts by accident, she continued. But what we found in your archives was no accident. We saw your plans for Earth, for humanity, the carefully orchestrated crisis you would have engineered, the guidance you would have offered. The chamber erupted in protest, but Rachel's quantum-enhanced voice cut through the chaos. We also saw the failed uplift records, the civilizations destroyed by your interference, the species that chose extinction over submission. Our methods preserve galactic stability, another council member argued. Without proper guidance, emerging civilizations often destroy themselves. Rachel smiled. And that's why we chose silence. Not out of fear or weakness, but because we saw a better way. She activated another display, showing the peaceful resolution at Proxima Centauri. While you watched for radio signals, we mastered quantum communications. While you planned our crisis, we developed technology that made your most advanced weapons obsolete. And while you debated intervention, we proved that true guidance doesn't require force or manipulation. The Grand Speaker's colors darkened. You propose an alternative. We propose freedom, Rachel replied. The freedom for each species to develop at their own pace without interference. Earth will serve as guardian of that right. Holographic displays showed human quantum ships appearing near developing worlds, their phase shields protecting young civilizations from unwanted interference. Already, 30 species have accepted our offer of protection. Rachel continued. Not control, not guidance, but simply the freedom to choose their own path. We call it the Silent Protocol. The chamber fell quiet as the implications sank in. Humanity hadn't just escaped the Council's influence. They had created an entirely new paradigm. And if we refuse, the Grand Speaker asked, if we choose to maintain our traditional methods. Rachel's expression remained diplomatic, but her voice carried steel. We've already demonstrated our capabilities. The Arcturian fleet learned that lesson well. We don't seek conflict, but we will protect the right of every species to develop without manipulation. She gestured once more, and the quantum projectors showed a final image. Earth, surrounded by its invisible defense grid, a silent guardian in the darkness of space. The age of forced guidance is over, Rachel declared. Earth's silence has shown us a better way. We invite you to join us in this new era, not as controllers or guides, but as equals. Partners in ensuring that every new civilization has the same chance we took. The chance to choose their own destiny. The council chamber erupted in discussion, quantum translators working overtime as hundreds of species debated this unprecedented proposal. Rachel stood calmly, knowing that humanity's position was unassailable. Through her quantum comm, she contacted Earth Command. Message delivered, Mr. President. The Silent Protocol is now officially proposed. Well done, Doctor, President Chen replied. And the Council's response. Rachel watched as species after species indicated their support, some eager to escape the Council's manipulation themselves, others impressed by humanity's peaceful demonstration of power. They're accepting it, she reported. Not all of them, not yet, but enough. The galaxy is changing, sir, and humanity's silence helped make it possible. Above the Council chamber, Earth's quantum ships stood guard, invisible but ever-present. They were no longer the primitives being watched from afar. They had become the watchers, the protectors, the champions of freedom in a galaxy that had forgotten its value. And it all began with silence. The end. Would you like me to help you compile or format the complete story in any particular way?
The roaring blaze of alien sunlight filtered through the translucent walls of the veterinary dome on Trevon IV. Inside, Dr. Ethan Cole, a seasoned human veterinarian, carefully examined the chart for his next case. It was supposed to be a routine day, but a commotion outside suggested otherwise. The double doors hissed open as two towering Kormathi Rangers, their chitinous exoskeletons gleaming, burst into the room carrying a massive creature on a hover stretcher. The beast was unlike anything Ethan had ever seen. Nearly 5 meters long, its fur was a mosaic of iridescent blue and black, rippling with muscles beneath. Its 8 legs ended in razor-sharp claws, but the most alarming feature was its state. A patchwork of vicious gashes crisscrossed its body, oozing a thick golden ichor that stained the stretcher. Human, one of the Kormathi snapped in a clipped tone, its mandibles clicking in agitation. This is a Mazoran bearhound, apex predator, gravely injured during a territorial conflict. Our chief vet, Dr. Kalin, has deemed it beyond saving. Dr. Kalin, an esteemed alien veterinarian of the Lyrak species, followed the Rangers inside. His elongated frame seemed to glide as his pearlescent eyes locked onto Ethan. The Mazoran is as good as dead. The wounds are extensive, the organs failing. I recommended euthanasia, but the Rangers insisted on one final attempt. Your attempt. Ethan pushed his chair back and approached the creature. The sheer size of the Mazoran was intimidating, even in its weakened state. Its labored breath sent vibrations through the floor. Ethan crouched, studying the creature's wounds. Bite marks, claw gouges, and even burns from what looked like plasma weapons marred its body. "You're telling me no one here can save it?" he asked, glancing at Kalin. Kalin folded his delicate hands, his pale skin shimmering. "Correct. Its biology is too complex, its immune system too aggressive for our methods. Even my advanced, regenerative therapies cannot counteract the systemic collapse. This creature will die within hours." Ethan stood, his brow furrowing. "Well, I guess it's a good thing I'm not here to follow your methods." His voice carried a quiet confidence that made Kalin's serene demeanor falter. Kalin tilted, his head. "Your species is resourceful, but there is a line between resourceful and reckless. I hope you understand this distinction." Ignoring the jab, Ethan gestured to the stretcher. "Let's get it into my operating room. I'll need a full scan, blood samples, and a team to assist." The Kormathi Rangers hesitated, exchanging looks. "You'll only prolong its suffering," one muttered, but they complied, moving the hover stretcher into Ethan's surgical bay. The operating room was a frenzy of motion. Alien tech hummed and blinked as Ethan worked alongside an eclectic team of assistants. A nervous-looking humanoid named Relora, a Jalai with shimmering gelatinous appendages, and a squat, grumpy mechanized being called Volt. The initial scans painted a grim picture. The Mazoran bearhound had multiple organ lacerations, a collapsed lung, and a bloodstream teeming with infections. Ethan studied the data, his mind racing. "This isn't just a patch-up job. We're rebuilding this creature from the inside out." Volt's synthetic voice buzzed. "Probability of success, 3.42%. Do you wish to adjust your expectations?" Ethan grinned. "Nope. Let's aim for 100. Relora wrung her hands. Dr. Kalin's notes say the Mazoran's immune system attacks foreign materials, even sutures. How are you going to fix that?" Ethan glanced at her. "With something its immune system won't recognize as foreign." He rummaged through his supply cart, pulling out a small vial of a biopolymer he developed back on Earth. The substance could mimic organic tissue and dissolve harmlessly once healing was complete. "We'll use this for internal repairs." Kalin appeared in the doorway, his expression unreadable. "Biopolymer? Primitive. It will fail." "Maybe," Ethan replied without looking up. "But I'm betting it won't." The next hours were grueling. Ethan directed his team with the precision of a battlefield commander. Volt used its mechanical arms to stabilize the Mazoran's vital signs, while Relora and the Jedi assisted with wound cleaning and application of the biopolymer. Ethan himself tackled the most delicate task, repairing the creature's shredded lung. Sweat dripped from his brow as he worked, his hands steady despite the stakes. He used a fusion scalpel to seal the lung tissue, then carefully applied the biopolymer to reinforce the repairs. "How's it looking, Volt?" he asked. Vital signs remain critical but stable, the robot replied. Surprising. Kalen watched from the corner, his gaze sharp. You've bought it a few more hours, perhaps, but this is no victory. Ethan straightened, his back aching. You're right. The surgery's only half the battle. Now we need to fight the infection. Kalen arched a translucent brow. And how do you intend to accomplish that? With a cocktail of antibiotics, Ethan said, holding up a syringe, specifically tailored to its physiology. Kalen's expression darkened. Human arrogance. You cannot tailor something to a biology you barely understand. I can try, Ethan shot back, injecting the medication into the Mazarin's massive vein. And trying is better than giving up. Hours turned into a blur as the team monitored the Mazoran bearhound. The creature's breathing grew steadier, though its body remained locked in the precarious balance between life and death. Ethan refused to leave its side, even as exhaustion clawed at him. Kalen, still lingering, finally broke the silence. Your stubbornness is perplexing. Why go to such lengths for a creature you've never seen before? Ethan glanced at him, his expression tired but resolute. Because it deserves a chance. We all do. For the first time, Kalen seemed at a loss for words. He observed the Mazoran, its chest rising and falling in slow, measured breaths. The creature that had been pronounced beyond saving now lay on the brink of survival. This is only the beginning, Kalen said quietly, his voice devoid of its earlier derision. If it lives, its recovery will be the true test. Ethan nodded. Then I guess I'll have to stick around, won't I? Ethan barely felt the exhaustion settling into his bones as he continued to monitor the Mazoran bearhound. The creature's breathing remained steady but shallow, its body locked in a fragile stasis between survival and failure. The room hummed with the soft beeping of the monitors, and Ethan exhaled, rubbing his face. The hard part was over. Now came the impossible part, keeping it alive long enough to heal. Volt, ever efficient, rotated its optical sensors toward Ethan. You have exceeded standard operating limits for human endurance. Recommendation, sleep cycle. Ethan shook his head. Not happening. Kalen, still hovering near the doorway, narrowed his pale eyes. You mistake stubbornness for skill. This creature's recovery is far from certain. It may still reject the repairs. Its immune system may turn against your antibiotics. You refuse to acknowledge the probability of failure. Ethan smirked without looking up. I acknowledge it. I just don't care. The Mazoran twitched, its body reacting instinctively to the pain despite the heavy sedation. Its claws scraped against the medical bed, and Relora winced. What? If it wakes up and thinks we're a threat? Ethan placed a hand on the beast's massive shoulder. Its fur was thick and coarse, damp with sweat and residual blood. Then we remind it that we're not. Kalen scoffed. Remind an apex? Predator? Ethan looked at him. Every animal understands care, even the deadliest ones. The first real problem arrived 3 hours later. Volt detected it first. Core temperature dropping. Hypothermia risk detected. Ethan moved immediately. Its body's diverting energy to healing. It's shutting down secondary functions. He grabbed a thermal blanket and carefully laid it over the Mazarin's massive frame. Kalen folded his arms. The temperature drop suggests organ stress. This may be the beginning of multi-system failure. Not necessarily, Ethan countered. Already working. He adjusted the intravenous fluids, increasing hydration levels to compensate for the cooling effect. Its metabolism is slowing to preserve energy. If we manage it properly, we can use that to its advantage. Kalen watched with an unreadable expression as Ethan continued his work, adjusting vitals, fine-tuning the balance of electrolytes and nutrients in the creature's IV. Every decision was calculated, every adjustment made with the confidence of someone who had fought death before and refused to lose. Relora, still cautious, kept glancing at the Mazarin's claws. Dr. Cole, do you really think it knows we're helping? Ethan looked at her, then at the Mazoran's barely open eye. The deep, inky blackness of it reflected the dim lights of the medical bay. Yeah, he murmured. I think it does. The Mazarin made it through the night. Kalen, to his credit, didn't comment when Ethan finally let his body collapse into a chair, head resting on the metal table beside him. He hadn't slept in nearly 30 hours, and his muscles felt like lead. The moment of peace was brief. A sudden sharp alarm from Volt sent everyone into motion. Heart rate spiking, adrenaline surge detected. Ethan was already on his feet, fighting the fatigue as he moved. The Mazoran's massive form shuddered, its claws flexing against the table. The sedatives were wearing off. Damn it, I was hoping we had more time, Ethan muttered, grabbing a prepared syringe. We need to ease it awake, not let it panic. Kalen took a cautious step back. You do realize it is still an apex predator? If it perceives you as a threat, it won't, Ethan interrupted. Not if we do this right. The Mazoran's breathing grew heavier, its nostrils flaring as it inhaled new scents. Its ear, if it could be called that, twitched at the soft sounds around it. Its body was no longer restrained, but it was still weak. Ethan stepped into its line of vision. Slowly, carefully, he placed a gloved hand against its massive shoulder again. The Mazoran's gaze locked onto him, and for the first time, Ethan saw the depth in its black eyes. Pain, confusion, and something else. Something primal, Relora whispered. Is it? The Mazoran rumbled. A deep guttural sound that vibrated through the floor. Everyone froze. Kalen tensed. That is not a friendly noise. Ethan didn't move his hand. It's not an aggressive one either. The Mazoran shifted slightly, its muscles weak but functional. It was testing its own body, feeling the injuries, recognizing the pain. It exhaled, a long, shuddering breath. Then, against all odds, let its head drop back onto the table. Relora blinked. Did it just accept us? Ethan grinned. Told you. Kalen was watching, his usual dismissive expression replaced with something else. Contemplation. You are either incredibly lucky, he murmured, or impossibly skilled. Ethan shrugged. Maybe both. Over the next few days, the Mazoran's recovery became a battle of patience and instinct. Ethan adapted its treatment constantly, adjusting pain management, monitoring its appetite, even carefully introducing movement therapy to prevent muscle atrophy. Kalen remained skeptical, but never left. It is still unstable, the alien vet pointed out as he observed Ethan massaging the Mazoran's wounded limbs. You continue to act as if it is simply a large, aggressive canine. Ethan smirked. I've treated worse. Relora, who had grown more comfortable around the creature, observed the way it followed Ethan's movements. It still remained cautious, but the hostility was gone. Then, on the morning of the 5th day, the Mazoran stood. It was shaky, its legs struggling to hold its weight. But it stood. Ethan remained still, letting the creature test its own strength. Its black eyes flicked toward him, then toward Kalen, then back again. Then it did something no one expected. It stepped toward Ethan. Not aggressively, not with territorial intent, but with familiarity. Kalen watched with quiet fascination. It recognizes you, Ethan smiled. Of course it does. For the first time, Kalen didn't argue. He simply watched as the Mazoran, against all logic, against all probability, began to heal. The Mazoran's steps were unsteady but deliberate. Its wounds still ached, and its muscles protested, but it moved, an apex predator defying its own biology, surviving what should have been a fatal encounter. The medbay was silent as everyone watched the impossible unfold. Kalen stood with arms crossed, his gaze unreadable. Fascinating, he murmured, though it sounded more like reluctant admiration than a scientific observation. The Mazoran took another slow step, then another, before lowering itself carefully onto its haunches. Its massive frame remained tense, as if still deciding whether to trust its own body. Ethan didn't move, barely breathed, allowing the creature to settle without interference. Volt, ever analytical, broke the silence. Stability of motor function remained suboptimal. Probability of collapse, 18.76%. Ethan smirked. I like those odds. Kalen exhaled sharply. You continue to gamble with unpredictability. Not a gamble, Ethan corrected. An educated risk. The Mazoran turned its head slightly, its black eyes scanning the room. It was aware of its surroundings, recognizing the beings who had surrounded it for the past days. Relora shifted nervously. Do you think it realizes we helped? Ethan nodded. It knows. The Mazoran didn't growl, didn't bare its teeth. It was wary but not aggressive. That was enough for now. 2 more days passed, and the Mazoran continued to recover at a rate that baffled even Kalen. The wounds were still present, but the biopolymer had done its job, keeping the damaged tissues together long enough for its body to take over. The most pressing concern now was regaining strength. Ethan had dealt with recovering predators before, but never one like this. The Mazoran needed more than rest. It needed movement, stimulation, and, most of all, food. Kalen had been skeptical of Ethan's feeding plan from the start. Its system is still delicate, he argued, as they stood outside the containment enclosure. Introducing solid food too soon could trigger complications. Ethan held up a nutrient-dense meat ration, specially synthesized for high-metabolism carnivores. And letting it starve isn't an option either. Kalen remained, unconvinced. If it rejects the food, it will deteriorate rapidly. Ethan sighed. Which is why we do this carefully. The containment enclosure was a reinforced chamber designed for high-risk patients. Ethan entered slowly, keeping his movements relaxed. The Mazoran, resting on its side, opened its eyes as he approached. He crouched a few meters away, placing the meat ration in front of him. He didn't throw it, didn't push it toward the Mazoran. Instead, he waited. The Mazoran watched him, nostrils flaring as it caught the scent. It hesitated. Its body was still weak, an instinct warred with exhaustion. But then, ever so slowly, it stretched its neck forward and took the food. Ethan barely contained his relief as the Mazoran chewed, its body visibly relaxing as it tasted. Real sustenance. From behind the observation glass, Kalen watched with quiet astonishment. It accepts your presence during feeding. That is unusual. Ethan grinned. It's called trust. Kalen remained silent. By the 7th day, the Mazoran was moving with increased confidence. It no longer stumbled when it stood, and its appetite had returned. The remaining wounds were still visible, but the rapid healing process had begun to outpace the damage. Kalen had started spending more time observing than arguing. His skepticism remained, but the undeniable reality of the Mazoran's survival had tempered his doubt. On the morning of the 8th day, the real test arrived. The Kormathi Rangers returned. Ethan had nearly forgotten about them. They had delivered the Mazoran in critical condition, then disappeared while he fought to save it. Now they stood at the entrance of the facility, their chitinous armor gleaming under the artificial lights. One of them, the same ranger who had originally declared the Mazoran beyond saving, stepped forward. Dr. Cole, we have come to retrieve the Mazoran. Ethan narrowed his eyes. Retrieve? The creature was injured in a territorial battle, the ranger said. It must be returned to its habitat. It is unnatural to keep it here. Ethan exhaled. He had known this moment would come, but that didn't make it easier. He glanced at the Mazoran, who now stood on all 8 legs, watching the exchange. Kalen observed the interaction carefully. The release of a recovering predator must be done with caution. Premature exposure to its environment could lead to re-injury. The ranger's mandibles twitched. It will not be confined here forever. That is not its nature. Ethan nodded, slowly. Then let's do this right. The transport was arranged within the hour. The Mazoran was surprisingly cooperative. Though Ethan suspected it was less about trust and more about instinct, it knew change was coming. The facility's exterior was a vast stretch of reinforced landing platforms, and the transport hovered just beyond the containment field. The jungle beyond was dense and teeming with life, a chaotic expanse of predator and prey. The Mazoran's home. The Kormathi Rangers activated the platform's release mechanism. The containment field lowered, creating an open path between the facility and the wild. For the first time in days, the Mazoran was free. It stepped forward, slowly at first, testing the ground beneath it. Then, with a final glance at Ethan, it moved, not with hesitation, not with fear, with purpose. And then it was gone, vanishing into the jungle. Relora exhaled. I can't believe it. Kalen stood beside Ethan, watching the tree line. Your methods were unorthodox, reckless, highly improbable. Ethan smirked. But they worked. Kalen inclined his head slightly. Yes, they did. The jungle remained still for a moment longer. Then, in the distance, a deep, resonant growl echoed through the trees. Not a warning. A farewell. The jungle swallowed the Mazoran whole, its immense form vanishing into the dense undergrowth. The final growl still echoed through the air, a sound that sent a shiver through the gathered team. Not of fear, but of understanding. Ethan let out a slow breath. It was over. Weeks of work, sleepless nights, and a battle against biology itself. And now the Mazoran was where it belonged. He should have felt relief, satisfaction even. Instead, there was an odd hollowness in his chest. Relora broke the silence first. I didn't think I'd feel this weird about it leaving. Ethan gave a tired smile. That's how it works. You fight for something. And when it finally happens, it doesn't feel the way you expect. Kalen, still watching the jungle, let out a thoughtful hum. Fascinating. Ethan shot him a side glance. You keep saying that. What exactly do you find so fascinating? Kalen turned his pearl-like eyes toward him. Your insistence, your defiance, your utter disregard for probability. He clasped his hands behind his back. Every species in the galaxy understands the limits of nature. They respect those limits. And yet, you humans, you do not accept them at all. Ethan chuckled. That a compliment? Kalen gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. It is an observation. The Kormathi Rangers had already begun their departure, their business concluded. The Mazoran had survived. That was all that mattered to them. To Ethan, though, it was more than that. The team returned to the facility, the weight of the past days settling into the silence. There was no need to speak. The work had been done. But the question lingered. What now? 3 days passed. Ethan spent the time catching up on sleep, cleaning the medbay, and pretending he wasn't constantly checking the jungle perimeter whenever he stepped outside. The facility's routine had returned to normal, as if the Mazoran had never been there at all. Kalen had returned to his usual clinical demeanor, though there was something different about his presence now. He stayed longer in the medbay, observing Ethan's work with an attentiveness that wasn't entirely critical. On the morning of the 4th day, Volt detected movement near the outer perimeter. Ethan was halfway through a diagnostic scan when the alert chimed through the facility. Volt's mechanical voice followed immediately after. Unidentified life form approaching. Size and mass consistent with previous subject. Ethan froze. No way, Relora bolted upright. You don't think Ethan was already moving, crossing the medbay in quick strides. He reached the main entrance just as the external monitors activated, displaying a grainy image of the jungle clearing beyond the containment field. And there it was. The Mazoran stood at the edge of the tree line, its massive frame illuminated by the facility's landing lights. It wasn't injured, wasn't struggling. It was simply there, watching. Ethan stepped forward, placing a hand on the control panel to open the outer door. Kalen's voice stopped him. You assume it is here for you. Ethan turned to look at him. You don't? Kalen hesitated. The Mazoran took a step closer, slow and deliberate. Then another. It was still cautious, still keeping a respectable distance, but it was approaching. Ethan walked outside. Relora made a small noise of concern, but didn't stop him. The night air was thick with the scent of damp earth and jungle foliage. Ethan moved carefully, closing the gap between them by only a few steps. He didn't reach out, didn't try to force anything. He simply stood there, letting the Mazoran decide. The creature's black eyes locked onto him. For a long moment, neither moved. Then, in an action so subtle it might have been imagined, the Mazoran lowered its head slightly. Acknowledgement. Ethan grinned. Didn't expect to see you again. The Mazoran rumbled softly, a sound that held no aggression. Relora, standing just behind the door, whispered. It came back. Kalen remained still, his gaze fixed on the interaction. No, it returned. There was a difference. Ethan exhaled, the last remnants of doubt washing away. The Mazoran wasn't just an animal he had saved. It was something more. A connection. A promise.
The most amusing thing about humans, we always thought, was how adorably primitive they were. At least that's what we believed until that fateful day on Europa Station 7. Another broken artifact, I asked, watching my research assistant struggle with the ancient device. My antennae twitched with mild irritation, a habit I'd never managed to break in my 300 cycles as lead archaeologist for the Galactic Heritage Foundation. Professor Nix Valerian, that's me. The one who accidentally stumbled upon the greatest cover-up in galactic history. But let me start from the beginning, back when we still thought humans were the galaxy's cute little newcomers. Professor Valerian Lyra Starweaver called out, her bioluminescent spots pulsing with excitement. You need to see this right now. I grumbled my way across the excavation site, my feet crunching through the perpetual frost of Europa's surface. The forgotten moon base stretched out before us, a relic we'd initially dismissed as just another abandoned human outpost. How wrong we were. This better be worth interrupting my morning meditation. Lyra, I said, ducking under a partially collapsed doorway. You know how grumpy I get without my daily dose of cosmic harmony. Trust me, Professor. This changes everything we thought we knew about human history. I looked down at the artifact in Lyra's trembling hands. At first glance, it appeared to be a standard data storage device, the kind our civilizations had used about 10,000 years ago. Except there was one small problem. This was a human facility. And according to every historical record we had, humans had only achieved spaceflight a mere 500 years ago. Well, that's inconvenient, I muttered, taking the device from Lyra. Have you verified the dating? 17 times, she replied, her spots now pulsing in a pattern that indicated extreme anxiety. The quantum decay signature is unmistakable. This device is at least 12,000 years old. I laughed nervously. Clearly our equipment needs recalibration. Perhaps the Europa radiation is interfering with the readings, but even as I spoke those words, my scientific mind was already racing through the implications. The humans we'd encountered 5 centuries ago had seemed so charmingly primitive. Their first interstellar ships were practically held together with what they called duct tape, a fixing material that had become something of a running joke in galactic engineering circles. The Galactic Council had taken humanity under its wing, like a parent guiding a wobbly child's first steps. We shared our technology, our knowledge, our wisdom. And the humans? They smiled, thanked us profusely, and bumbled their way into the galactic community with what we thought was endearing clumsiness. Professor Lyra's voice interrupted my thoughts. There's more. She led me deeper into the facility, past corridors that seemed to laugh at our assumptions. The architecture itself should have been our first clue. It was too perfect, too precise for what we believed to be early human engineering. We entered what appeared to be a control room. Holographic interfaces flickered to life as we approached, responding to our presence with a level of technological sophistication that shouldn't have existed in a 12,000-year-old facility. Oh, those clever little monkeys, I whispered, watching as star charts materialized before us. The displays showed celestial bodies in positions that perfectly matched astronomical calculations for that distant era. This wasn't some elaborate hoax or malfunction. Should we notify the council? Lyra asked, her spots now a confused swirl of colors. I snorted, a very unprofessional sound that echoed through the ancient chamber. And tell them what? That the supposedly young species we've been patronizing for 5 centuries might actually be older than our entire civilization. Well, when you put it that way. Exactly, I started pacing, my antennae now twitching so violently they probably looked like dancing tentacles. We need more evidence, hard evidence, the kind that even those stuffed robes on the council can't ignore. I picked up another artifact, turning it over in my hands. It was a simple thing, really. A mug preserved perfectly in the airless environment, with words printed on its side, "Humans were here first." Those smug little, I couldn't even finish the sentence. 5 centuries of accepting our guidance with those pleasant, patient smiles. 5 centuries of thank you so much, and we have so much to learn, and oh, how fascinating your technology is. Professor Lyra's voice had taken on a worried tone. Are you all right? Your scales are turning purple. Oh, I'm fine, I replied, carefully setting down the mug before I crushed it in my growing agitation. I'm just realizing that we might be the galaxy's longest-running joke. A soft beep drew our attention to one of the holographic displays. Text began scrolling across it in ancient human script, which I'd naturally learned to read as part of my archaeological studies. Welcome back to Europa Station 7, it read. We've been expecting you. That's impossible, Lyra whispered. This facility has been abandoned for millennia. I stared at the next words appearing on the screen and felt my professional skepticism crumbling by the second. The truth will come out when you're ready for it. For now, just remember sometimes the best way to teach someone is to let them think they're teaching you. Standing there in that ancient control room, surrounded by evidence that shattered everything we thought we knew about human history, I couldn't help but laugh. It was either that or scream. Because suddenly, every interaction I'd ever had with humans needed to be reevaluated. Every patient nod as we explained advanced concepts to them. Every grateful smile as we shared our superior technology. Lyra, I said, watching more text appear on the screen, I believe we've just discovered that we're not the teachers we thought we were. Then what are we? The galaxy's most oblivious students, I shook my head, my antennae finally settling into an amused droop. And the humans? They might just be the most patient teachers in history. What do you mean you're denying our request for additional funding? I stood in Director Andromeda Thal's office, trying very hard not to let my scales shift to angry red. We found evidence that could rewrite galactic history. Director Thal looked up from her holo display with 3 of her 7 eyes, which was about as much attention as she usually spared for anyone below her rank. Professor Vallerine, do you know how many grant requests I received claiming to rewrite galactic history? 17 this week alone. But we have proof I projected the findings from Europa Station 7 onto her desk. The quantum dating is conclusive. The architectural precision is beyond anything humans should have been capable of 12,000 years ago. And look at these energy signatures. What I'm looking at, she interrupted, now deigning to use 4 eyes, is a waste of the Galactic Heritage Foundation's resources. Humans achieved spaceflight 500 years ago. This is established fact. Established propaganda, more likely, I muttered, then quickly added, with all due respect, Director. She finally gave me her full 7-eyed attention. Not a good sign. Professor Vallerine, your work has always been eccentric, but this crosses into dangerous territory. The humans are our proteges, our students. Suggesting otherwise could destabilize centuries of peaceful cooperation. Truth tends to do that, I replied, my antennae twitching in barely contained frustration. Your request is denied. Stick to cataloging their early space stations and leave the conspiracy theories to the entertainment networks. I left her office feeling deflated but not defeated. In my 3 centuries of archaeological work, I'd learned that bureaucrats might control the funding, but they couldn't control curiosity, and mine was now burning hotter than a plasma drive. Back at the excavation site, Lyra greeted me with news that made my scales ripple with excitement despite my mood. We found more, Professor. An entire sealed chamber, untouched since the facility was abandoned. The chamber turned out to be a data archive, its walls lined with preservation units that hummed to life as we entered. Inside each unit, data crystals gleamed with stored information that had waited millennia to be discovered. How many of these can we decrypt, I asked, already mentally calculating how long we could continue working without official funding. That's the thing, Lyra said, her bioluminescent spots dancing with barely contained excitement. They're not encrypted, they're just waiting. I picked up one of the crystals, examining its perfectly preserved structure, almost like they were left here for us to find Lyra finished. Exactly, I connected the crystal to our analysis equipment. Let's see what stories you've been keeping. The data streamed across our screens, showing images and text that couldn't possibly exist. Humans, in advanced spacesuits that made our current technology look primitive, building outposts across the solar system, detailed maps of long-abandoned colonies on Mars, Venus, and dozens of moons, and most incredibly, records of their first encounters with other species, encounters that, according to official history, hadn't happened yet. "This can't be right," Lyra whispered. According to these records, humans had achieved interstellar travel before most of our species had discovered basic tool use. "The question is," I said, my scientific mind racing with possibilities, why did they hide it? And why leave evidence for us to find? Perhaps I can help answer that. We spun around to find a human standing in the doorway. She wore the simple environmental suit typical of human researchers, but something about her bearing made me suspect it wasn't her usual attire. Amanda Blackwood, she introduced herself with that characteristic human smile, the one I was starting to suspect meant far more than simple friendliness. "I'm a consultant with the Earth Historical Archives." "How did you get in here?" Lyra demanded, her spots pulsing with alarm. "The same way you did," Amanda replied, walking over to examine our equipment with what I now recognized as carefully crafted casualness. Though I've known about this facility quite a bit longer. "You knew?" I asked, my antennae quivering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "About all of this?" "Professor Vallerine," she said, turning to face me, "would you believe me if I told you that humanity has been waiting centuries for someone like you? Someone curious enough to look past the obvious, clever enough to piece together the clues, and..." She glanced at the denied funding request still displayed on my tablet, stubborn enough to persist when told to stop. "Why the deception?" I asked. "Why pretend to be technologically primitive?" Amanda's smile took on a hint of sadness. "Imagine being the first spacefaring race, watching younger species emerge, make the same mistakes you did, fight the same wars, face the same crises. Would you immediately reveal your power and risk becoming the galaxy's rulers? Or would you choose a more subtle path?" "You chose to be students rather than teachers," I realized, remembering all those patient human faces in cultural exchange programs. "We chose to let the galaxy develop without the shadow of an elder race hanging over it," Amanda corrected. "To guide without controlling, to suggest without commanding." "And now?" Lyra asked. "Now," Amanda said, reaching for one of the data crystals, "it's time for the next phase. But we need help. We need allies who understand both the truth and why we hid it." She inserted the crystal into our equipment, and new data flooded the screens. Star charts showing thousands of worlds I'd never seen before, technical specifications that made my scientific mind spin, and lists of threats to galactic stability that made my scales pale. "Director Thal was right about one thing," Amanda said quietly. "This will destabilize everything. The question is, Professor Vallerine, are you ready to help us ensure that destabilization leads to growth rather than chaos?" I looked at the data streaming before us, at Lyra's worried expression, at Amanda's knowing smile. 5 centuries of guided development, 12,000 years of hidden history. And now, standing in an ancient archive that had waited millennia for this moment, I had to make a choice. "Tell me everything," I said. Amanda's smile widened. "That's exactly what we hoped you'd say." The next few days passed in a blur of revelations that made my head spin. Amanda showed us evidence that would have made Director Thal's 7 eyes pop out of her head. Not that we could tell her. The politician in her would probably have us all arrested for galactic treason. "So let me get this straight," I said, examining a holographic display of Earth's true historical timeline. "Your people achieved faster than light travel before my species learned to make fire." "Actually," Amanda replied, swiping through more classified files, "we helped several species discover fire. Accidentally dropped a few torches here and there. Clumsy us." "You're joking," I stared at her. "Please tell me you're joking." Her only response was that infuriating human smile. Lyra burst into our makeshift command center, her spots pulsing with alarm. "Security teams. The director sent security teams to shut down our dig site." "Right on schedule," Amanda said calmly, not even looking up from her work. "Schedule?" I demanded. "You knew this would happen." "Professor Vallerine, we've been playing this game for 12,000 years. Trust me, bureaucratic overreaction is always on schedule. Through the window, I could see the security vehicles approaching across Europa's icy surface. Their lights cut through the perpetual twilight like angry red eyes. We need to protect the evidence, I said, reaching for the data crystals. Oh, those Amanda waved dismissively. They're just copies. The originals were moved to safe storage centuries ago. We've been waiting for someone to find these particular ones for, about 70 years now. My antennae drooped in confusion. You planned all of this? Not exactly. We planned multiple possibilities. You're actually Plan M. Plans A through L didn't work out quite as well. What happened to those researchers? Became quite successful writers of speculative fiction, actually. Very creative theories. Before I could process that particular revelation, Director Thal's voice boomed through the facility's communication system. Professor Nix Valerine, you are ordered to cease all unauthorized research activities immediately. Surrender any artifacts or data you have collected to the security teams. Amanda finally looked up from her work. And that's my cue. Professor M.S. Starwaver, would you like to see why humans always seemed so fascinated by our transportation technology? She pressed something on her wrist device, and the world shifted. One moment we were in the research facility, the next we were standing in what appeared to be a vast underground chamber filled with advanced technology that made our most sophisticated equipment look like children's toys. Welcome to the real Europa Station 7, Amanda announced. But we were just in Europa Station 7, Lyra stammered, her spots now strobing in confusion. No, you were in what we like to call our starter pack. Think of it as a test facility. If someone finds it and asks the right questions, they get invited to the real thing. I looked around at the impossibly advanced facility. How many of these do you have? Enough, Amanda replied cryptically. Now, shall we discuss why we've been letting the galaxy think we're the new kids on the block? A massive holographic display activated, showing what looked like a map of the entire galaxy. But this was no ordinary star chart. It showed patterns, connections, and threats I'd never imagined existed. Humanity's great burden, Amanda explained, is knowing too much too soon. We achieved technological advancement before we achieved wisdom. It didn't go well. The myths about Earth's near destruction, I whispered. They're not myths, are they? We almost wiped ourselves out half a dozen times before we learned our lesson. That's why, when we finally reached the stars and found other emerging civilizations, we made a choice. The display zoomed in on various worlds, showing the early development of different species. My own people were there, taking their first steps towards civilization, while human observers watched unseen. Instead of conquering or controlling, we decided to guide, to let each species develop at their own pace, make their own mistakes, but with a safety net they never knew existed. The bumbling newcomers act, I realized. It was all to avoid becoming. The oppressive elder race, Amanda nodded. Every species that discovers it's not alone faces a choice. Submit to the stronger civilization or fight against it. We wanted to offer a third option. But why reveal the truth now? The display shifted again, showing dark patterns moving at the galaxy's edge. Because something's coming. Something that will require all of us working together as equals, not as teachers and students. A security alarm blared through the facility. Somewhere above us, Director Thal's teams were probably discovering our disappearance. It's time to make a choice, Professor Amanda said. You can go back up there, pretend you never saw any of this. Write it off as a failed excavation, or you can help us prepare the galaxy for the truth. Not as a student, not as a teacher, but as a partner. I looked at Lyra, who had been uncharacteristically quiet. Her spots had settled into a pattern I'd never seen before, one that somehow conveyed both terror and excitement. Will there be more terrible human jokes about accidentally teaching fire making, I asked. Amanda grinned. Oh, Professor Valerine, you haven't even heard our best material yet. Above us, security forces were probably tearing apart an empty research station, looking for evidence that had never really been there. And here we stood in a hidden facility that rewrote everything we thought we knew about human history. When do we start, I asked. We already have, Amanda replied. In fact, we're running ahead of schedule. Would you like to see what Plan N looks like? The Grand Chamber of the Galactic Council wasn't designed to hold this many beings. Representatives from every known species packed the towering amphitheater, their combined voices creating a storm of whispers that made my antennae vibrate. Are you sure about this? I asked Amanda as we waited in the preparation chamber. Once we step out there, everything changes. Honestly? No, I'm not sure. Humanity has been debating this moment for centuries, but our sensors confirm it. We're out of time for gentle guidance. Director Thal burst into the chamber, all 7 eyes blazing with fury. Professor Valerian, you are formally charged with data theft, unauthorized research, and she paused, glaring at Amanda, consorting with potentially dangerous elements. Dangerous elements? Amanda raised an eyebrow. Director, you have no idea how funny that accusation is. Before Thal could respond, the council bells rang, signaling the start of the emergency session. We filed into the grand chamber, and I felt thousands of eyes, optical sensors, and various sensory organs turned toward us. Council Speaker Zara Brightstar, her crystalline form catching the light from distant stars through the chamber's transparent dome, called for order. We are gathered here due to disturbing claims made by Professor Nix Valerian and representatives of the Human Cooperative. Professor, you may present your evidence. I stepped forward, trying to keep my scales from betraying my nervousness with color changes. Honorable Council, what I am about to show you will challenge everything we believe about our galactic history. The chamber's holographic systems activated, displaying the evidence we'd gathered, but not the simple ruins we'd found in the fake Europa Station 7. No, Amanda had given me access to the real records. 12,000 years ago, I began. When most of our species were taking their first steps towards civilization, humanity had already reached the stars. The chamber erupted in shouts and protests. Council Speaker Brightstar had to strike her resonance rod 3 times to restore order. Preposterous, Director Thal shouted. Humans achieved spaceflight only 5 centuries ago. We have documentation. You have what we wanted you to have, Amanda said, stepping forward. Her simple environmental suit shimmered and transformed, revealing ceremonial armor of impossible technology. The chamber fell silent. Humanity faced a choice when we first reached the stars, she continued. We could dominate, rule, impose our will on emerging civilizations. We had the power. We still do. But we chose a different path. She raised her hand, and the holographic display expanded to show the true scope of human achievement. Hidden worlds, advanced technologies, and most shockingly, evidence of their subtle guidance throughout history. That's impossible, someone in the chamber whispered. The great innovation of the Palaxian age that was. A human suggestion, carefully placed, Amanda confirmed. Just like the quantum breakthrough of the synthetics, the biological revolution of the Zarn, and yes, Director Thal, even your species' famous discovery of neural enhancement. The chamber erupted again, but this time in a chaos of questions and realizations. Species after species recognizing moments in their history where human influence had guided them away from disaster. But why, Council Speaker Brightstar asked, her crystalline form vibrating with emotion? Why hide your true nature? Because of what's coming, I said, bringing up the long-range sensor data from the real Europa Station. Show them, Amanda. The holographic display shifted to show the approaching threat. A vast darkness between the stars, moving with purpose. We call them the Devourers, Amanda explained. They consume civilizations, transform entire galaxies into empty, processed husks. We've fought them before, in other galaxies, other times. But we knew we couldn't face them alone. Not again. So instead of creating an empire, I continued, finally understanding the full scope of humanity's plan, they created a community. Instead of subjects, they wanted allies. And now Amanda said, we need those allies more than ever. The chamber had fallen completely silent. Thousands of beings trying to process not only the revelation of humanity's true nature, but the threat approaching their galaxy. Then Director Thal, of all people, began to laugh. All this time, she said, her 7 eyes blinking in sequence, we thought we were the teachers. To be fair, Amanda replied with that familiar human smile. You taught us quite a bit. We just had a few prerequisites you didn't know about. Council Speaker Brightstar raised her resonance rod. The council must verify these claims. Of course, Amanda nodded. She pressed a control on her armor, and suddenly the space above the council chamber shimmered. A massive human vessel appeared, its design unlike anything we'd seen before. More ships emerged from whatever dimensional space they'd been hiding in, forming a fleet that stretched beyond sight. The human technologies you've seen Amanda announced are what we chose to share. This is what we chose to hide, not out of fear or malice, but out of hope that when this day came, you would stand with us as equals, not bow to us as superiors. The chamber exploded in a cacophony of voices, but Council Speaker Brightstar's voice cut through them all. And if we choose not to stand with you, then we will stand alone, as we have before, Amanda replied quietly. And we will do our best to protect you anyway, as we always have. I looked around the chamber, seeing the shock, fear, wonder, and gradually, understanding dawn on thousands of faces. The humans had hidden their true nature not out of deception, but out of wisdom. They had guided us not through force, but through patience. And now, as the greatest threat any of us had ever faced approached, they weren't demanding our allegiance. They were asking for it. Well, I said, my scales shifting to a determined blue. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm rather looking forward to seeing what humans can do when they're not pretending to be primitive. Amanda grinned. Oh, Professor Valérien, you have no idea how long we've waited to show you 3 months after the revelation that turned galactic society upside down. I sat in my new office aboard the human flagship Prometheus, watching stars streak by at speeds I previously thought impossible. Still adjusting to the artificial gravity, Amanda asked, entering with 2 cups of what humans called coffee. A drink that, like their species, was far more potent than it appeared. Still adjusting to everything, I admitted, accepting the cup. Do you know the Galactic University had to rewrite their entire history curriculum? Professor Nexel nearly had a nervous breakdown. How's Director Thal handling her new role? I snorted, nearly spilling my coffee. Being appointed as the Council's liaison to the Human Defense Initiative, she's in bureaucratic heaven. Turns out organizing a galaxy-wide preparation for an alien threat requires mountains of paperwork. Who knew? Amanda settled into